Like to call the September 23rd, 2025 Municipal District of Taber regular meeting of council to order. We have an agenda in front of us. I have a reordering request and then two additions. So the first request would be a closed session item with request to purchase MD lands. So that would fall under lands and legal. The second request for closed session is a personnel matter. And then as far as the reordering, we would go, and council all has this on their shared notes. So just so that you know, we'll follow the regular agenda, protocol, confirmation of minutes, call for people to speak. Then we would move the RCMP report up. Then we do the call for people to speak. At that time, we will have people come to the seated microphone because this is a recorded meeting with a 3-minute time limit. And they will have the opportunity to address council. And we'll use this mic just for the fact that we never know if the unwired mic will work. And then we'll go to ExploreNet. It is scheduled for 1 declaration of conflict. Then we'll move policies, then bylaws, consent agenda, memos, request for decision. Then we'll fall back to the normal, which would be consent agenda exemptions, council requests for info, closed session, and then closed session. I read those out. So 2 additions and a reordering.
I would give you the motion to deny the request for the closed session on the land purchase. The individual that is requesting it has legal action against the MD at this point in time, and the land management strategy is not complete and policies in place, so we shouldn't entertain any offers to purchase or change leases.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on that addition? Those in favor?
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
which one are we voting on?
So just Merrill's motion to deny adding the land purchase to the closed session. So we'll just deal with that motion right now. Any other questions on the denial of the land request purchase at this time? So those in favor of removing it, those opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. So back to the agenda with the reordering and the addition of the labor and legal on the personnel matter. So we're looking for a motion to change the order and add the addition.
I'll move that.
Okay, so the motion to reorder the agenda and add the closed session personnel matter. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion's carried. Okay, we're just going to take a minute to see if we can figure out some seating. But while we're doing that, we can go. Our list is your staff okay?
There's more chairs on the way right now.
Okay, manage with the chairs. So we can go on to protocol items. So anyone have protocol items they would like to bring forward? Councillor Reynolds.
I'd like to congratulate the Taber Shooting Foundation on the grand opening of the Shooters Hall and the receipt of the $57,500 from the Alberta government CFIP grant. Presented by the Associate Minister Grant Hunter. Numerous businesses and personal donations made the building a reality. The building will be an excellent addition to the world-class shooting range. Thank you to the volunteers for your fundraising commitment and hours spent maintaining the range.
Thank you. Any other protocols or announcements? Mine is just a reminder that Taber and Barnwell door-to-door food bank food drive is tonight. So if you have items, put them on your step and volunteers will pick them up. And if you live rural, then they can be brought to the food bank. Any other protocol items? Okay, confirmation of September 9th, 2025, regular meeting of council minutes.
I can give you the motion to approve the minutes of September 9th, 2025, as presented.
Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. So we're moving into the public engagement process, and we'll call for the RCMP report. So just to the center, push the button so the red light stays on. You don't have to hold the button though. Good morning. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. All right, I'm Corporal Philippe Beaupre from Tabor RCMP. I'm sorry I'm here at last second. I was asked to come and present the statistics. I haven't had much chance to review them yet. So for the month of August, we received 100 calls for service from the MD of Tabor, out of a total of 126 calls for service. We had 19 criminal code violations in the MD of Tabor, and 8 911 hang-ups, which is fairly frequent. It's just missed dials, pocket dials usually. We made 22 patrols in Barnwell, 25 in Vauxhall. We tried to be out quite a bit. We recorded 9 patrols in Ancient, 22 in Grassy Lakes, and 8 in Hayes as well, for a total of 39 patrols. I know the guys are going out every day on every shift. There's some times where I've been out patrolling and I didn't necessarily log it on our statistic sheet. So we are out and patrolling. We did some parks and campgrounds patrols as well, in the MD Park, at the Forks, in Ancient, and in Shin. And we issued some violation tickets as well. I'm sure that we wrote more than 10, as opposed to what's written on that report here. We just print whatever is entered on our police system there. Sometimes not everything is compiled. On the next page, we can see that in comparison to 2024, we've had a 25% increase in criminal code offenses, 71% in persons crime, so assaults and things like that. Property crime has increased by 16%, and other criminal codes by 3%. We've had 1 break and enter fewer than in 2024. 2 more instances of theft of motor vehicle, and theft under $5,000. We've had 6 more than in 2024 for the same time of this year. So yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to see all of this much. Is there any questions, any concerns? No.
Councilor
Yes.
Takeda?
Yeah, the 19 criminal code, that's extremely high from what we've seen in the past. Just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on that, or maybe you can't, and I'll understand that as well.
I'm sure that Stu had everything under control. He knew everything, but he was sick this morning and he asked me to come and replace him here. So let me see. There's some statistics on the pages afterward. It seems that we've had more assaults than last year at this time. Just physical assaults. I understand from the report here. This went from 12 to 26. So it's quite a big increase. Why, I don't know. It just happens like this year. I'm sure next year the stats is going to be way different. But yeah, we've inserted quite a few more assaults this year.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve DeGroot.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the RCMP for all the patrols you've done. And we've seemed to have gotten our gravel roads. People were using the intersections as sport.
Yes,
But it
received
looks
a
like
few
they've
calls.
moved their talented driving to pavement so they can leave a lasting mark there. So I just encourage you to use the public and whatever means you can to catch some of these people, because I know it's a
Absolutely.
lot more marks on the highways than previous years.
Yeah, it's quite a big area, and we've got one guy working, but I encourage everybody, like if somebody is stunting or racing around, give us a call and we'll get there as soon as we can. Grab some license plates for us, give us a statement. We'll send some violation tickets in the mail.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks.
Yes,
I'd also like to commend the RCMP on those actions as well. Had a ratepayer reach out to me a number of months ago with that same issue. People racing on the road. It's a
Right.
it's a hard surface. People were racing. He then took video. There was, the charges were dropped. It was supposed to be in court this morning, but the charges were dropped. But the actions taken by the RCMP have really slowed that down, because you guys have been patrolling that area. And as soon as they see the red and blue, they change their attitude.
right.
So thank you.
No, we really try. I know that we lack the manpower sometimes to be everywhere at the same time, but we really try to keep everybody safe.
Thank you. Any other questions for the RCMP? Yes, go ahead.
One quick comment. The public does appreciate the patrols. And I think, maybe sometimes, I'm not sure how it is, but I think you drive down the road and sometimes you think no one sees. But the public does see. Even if, you're not
Right.
seeing public, they see it and it's appreciated, and thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your attendance, and we do
For sure.
appreciate always the RCMP attending our meetings, and we know that the detachment is available if people have questions that are specific to the report or in general.
I just want to point out that we are finally combing one of the positions that's been empty for quite a few months here. We've got a member that's moving, I think by the end of October, and we'll be at full capacity now.
Excellent,
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
thank you. Okay, a motion to receive the
I'll
report.
give you a motion to receive the RCMP report.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Ready for the vote? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we're going to move on to the call for people to speak. As I mentioned, I suspect some of you are here and would like to address council. What we'll do is we'll do by a show of hands. I'll identify the people in the audience. When you come to the mic, you have to just press the button. It'll stay on and red, and our staff will help with that. You have 3 minutes to address council, and then just make sure you state your name and the organization that you are representing. And if you're not representing anyone, that's just fine as well, but we do have to have your name read into the record, and then you will be on camera and your voice will be recorded so that it's good for the community to be able to observe. So at this time, I call for anyone, before I do that, we do have a letter that has been requested to be read in. And with that, if council is willing, then administration will read that in. We'll let some people speak and then we'll read that letter in if people are willing. So I would take a motion to read the letter that the person can't be here in, if someone's willing.
I'll make the motion to read the letter into the record
From, and sorry, I should have stated, the name is Sharon Hagan.
from Sharon Hagan.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. So we'll do 5 people to speak, then we'll go to the letter. And I have my timer on my phone. We're not going to be ridiculous. We appreciate the public's willingness to be engaged. So we will do our best to adhere to the time limit, more so we can carry on with the business of the day and to allow everyone to be heard. So first person who would like to address council. So the gentleman behind you in the suit had his hand up, so we'll have him go first, and then Mr. Davis will have you go second, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Get my timer too. Good morning. My name is Cliff Wallace. I'm a board member with the Alberta Wilderness Association. I've been on the board for over 40 years. We are Alberta's oldest large landscape conservation group with over 10,000 members in every corner of Alberta. We work with ranchers, Indigenous peoples, farmers, industry, government, and other NGOs to protect environmentally significant areas like the MD of Taber grasslands. And we agree with what you're going to hear today in the submissions of the NGOs and municipal district land lessees. I personally am disappointed and frankly angry at this proposal. The MD of Taber has been a good partner in grassland conservation from when I did the environmentally significant areas work for the MD back in the late 1980s. Based on that knowledge and commitments by the MD, the AWA did not object to the transfer of previous Special Areas 1 tax recovery land that was then under the management of the province as public land. If this project goes ahead, the AWA will be calling for sanctions from the Government of Alberta for both the Bow River Irrigation District and the MD of Taber for any participation in destruction of native grassland, and to have greater protections put in place to ensure environmental reviews of any irrigation expansion going forward. The speed of this process sets a bad precedent for maintaining relationships both within and outside the community. It would be a terrible decision for the environment. This affects livelihoods, economic resilience of the MD, and species at risk, while ignoring the direction to protect public native grasslands in the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan. The Nature Conservancy has indicated to me that they are willing to assist the MD in exploring options that would protect the environment and provide some additional income from these lands. The AWA urges you to pause this project and be a trusted partner in conservation once again. We hope you will give this serious consideration, and thank you for listening to our views.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Parker Davis, and I am what you are about to sacrifice. I am the opportunity cost here, the alternative choice. I'm not here to talk to you about policy or budgets or projects. I'm here to talk about the future. This land is in my heart. My city friends live in a world of screens, instant delivery, and endless noise. But I chose something different. I chose the endless skies and the honest exhaustion that comes from working on something profoundly hard, but profoundly important. I work side by side with my mom and my dad and the one thing they've taught me is commitment to community and this land. And I learned that you never take more than you give back. My family has been borrowing this land since 1918 for 107 years. And for years, I've been working and saving, building my own small herd, and this land was supposed to be mine. My mom always said we were just taking care of it for the next generation, and that generation was supposed to be me. But now, you're calling this a transitional grazing lease. To me, it's a termination notice. It's a quick end to a future that I've been building. Our operation depends on this land, and with this new policy, my mom can't even assign this lease to me. I can't build a life here if we're forced to fight our neighbors for it every 5 years, or worse, if this land is sold off to a life insurance company. My future, my family's legacy, is being erased. You're talking about revenue and fiscal responsibility. I get it. My mom agrees with you there. But please tell me why you're talking to young people about what they should value in this world. Do you tell them that money is the only thing that matters? Please explain why you're willing to ruin my future, my family's life, without considering the cost to us and many others like us. What about the economic value of a family? My family buys hay from our neighbors. We shop at the local co-op. We go to the dairy bar for milkshakes. We go to the Mills farm to get our tractor repaired. I'm in the local 4-H club. My mom is a 4-H leader. We have Tamara, our Reeve, in our champion female 4-H photos. We sponsor local stock shows and volunteer for fundraisers. We are just one family. But what happens when our small farms are gone? What happens when there are no more children here to go to school or play hockey? When you trade our family for a corporation, who will stay to turn on the lights in the arena? Who will coach the Little League teams? This doesn't have to be your legacy. My future is the alternative. I am the choice you are forgoing if you say yes to this policy.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? So I'll go right behind from the, I don't want to say the biologist, but I know you're a biologist, and then we'll go to Kimberly Davis after. Just watch for whose hands went up first.
So press the red button.
Yeah.
It's already red. Okay. Reeve Niang Naga and councillors, my name is Cheryl Bradley. I am here as a member of the board of the Southern Alberta Group for Environment based in Lethbridge, and since 1986 has been a leading voice for a healthy and environmentally sustainable community in Southern Alberta. We recognize the value of native grasslands, as are valued by many Albertans, as habitat for biodiversity and for ecological goods and services, such as water storage, carbon storage, erosion control, pollination, and pest control. Native grasslands support ranchers in sustainable livestock production. Conversion of native grasslands for expansion of irrigated cropland would compromise these invaluable and irretrievable assets. Since 2021, SAGE has engaged with other environmental organizations to understand the potential environmental impacts of proposed irrigation expansion within the South Saskatchewan River Basin. In May 2024, together with the Alberta Wilderness Association, the Southern Alberta chapter of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, the Alberta chapter of the Wildlife Society, and Nature Alberta, we submitted a brief to the Ministers of Environment, Agriculture and Irrigation, Forestry and Parks, and Municipal Affairs to suggest improvements in government policy and legislation towards a more integrated approach to managing land use pressure on native grasslands and biodiversity from irrigation agriculture expansion. In response, the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, on behalf of his cabinet colleagues, stated, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan commits to numerous strategies to support biodiversity and ecosystem function, including long-term planning around the management and conservation of native grasslands. Each irrigation district in Alberta must act in accordance with this and other applicable Alberta Land Stewardship Act regional plan. This also applies to municipalities. Minister Sigurdsson went on to say, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan sets out guidelines to protect species at risk and maintain intact native grasslands on public lands. Decision makers are required to consider these guidelines. Further, strict guidelines for land exchange are in place to minimize the conversion of native grasslands. Conversion may take place only in specific circumstances and only as long as equivalent intact grassland area is available for exchange. In proposing changes to the MT's grazing lease policy and the Scope Reservoir Joint Project, the MD of Tabor and Bow River Irrigation District violate the spirit and intent, if not the legal obligations, of the Alberta Land Stewardship Act and the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, amended 2018. On August 25th, 2025, we issued a media release alerting Albertans to the bad precedent that would be set by MD Tabor reversing course on grassland protection. We request the MD Tabor Council reconfirm their commitment to comply with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and ensure the integrity of the regional planning framework is upheld with respect to conserving native grasslands and biodiversity. We urge the MD to shelve plans for converting environmentally significant grasslands to irrigation through the Scope Reservoir Joint Project and to reevaluate proposed changes to the MD's grazing lease policy and agreements. We suggest alternative options such as conservation easement agreements be considered to prevent breaking of municipal public land while providing some additional income. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate your serious consideration of these matters.
Thank you. Kimberly Davis.
Morning. I'd ask council if I could have an extended amount of time as I speak for a group and would like to read in a report from the community meetings that we held prior weeks. And I do have a copy of each of that as well, if you would like a copy of the report that we produced.
Councillor Hildebrandt, would you mind grabbing the report? And then just as with the last speaker, I allowed them to go on, so we'll just be respectful of the time.
So I'm speaking on behalf of the Old Man Leaseholders Association. We just wanted to bring forward a report based on the meetings that we held in the community. So this report is submitted on behalf of the Old Man Leaseholders Association and its members, including the Boxall Stock Grazing Association. It provides a summary of the community town halls held this past week to discuss bylaw 2022, which authorizes the MD of Tabor to incur indebtedness for the purpose of developing uncultivated native grass prairie. These meetings were organized to inform the community about the proposed partnership between the MD of Tabor and the Bow River Irrigation District to convert these native grass prairies south of Scope Reservoir into irrigated farmland. We believe that this project presents significant risks and is proceeding without adequate transparency or public consultation. Our recommendation is for a moratorium on all project activities to allow for a comprehensive public review of its financial, environmental, and community impacts. The proposed project involves the conversion of 24 quarters of unbroken native grass grazing land into irrigated farmland. This land, which is currently leased to the Boxall Stock Grazing Association, would be developed with the intention of generating revenue for the MD of Tabor through equal partnership with the BRID. The project plans to use terminal water, which is water that the BRID reports to be unused by licensed users, resulting in a controlled release into the river. In order to support the project, the Boxall Stock Grazing Association will not have an option to renew their lease on this land. Leases for the repurposed irrigated land would be for 4-year agreements with yearly assignment of terminal water rights. Boxall Stock Grazing Association first became aware of this project when trespassers were found taking soil samples from their grazing association land without prior notification. This action, which the Grazing Association views as a direct violation of their lease agreement, prompted the Boxall Stock Grazing Association and the wider OLHA to begin an investigation into the project. The MD acknowledges that the Grazing Association should have been notified of the initial entry of the BRID onto their lease. Boxall Stock Grazing Association has asked for testing to cease, and the MD of Tabor asserts it's within their right as a landowner to proceed with testing. A major concern voiced at the town halls was the lack of public information from the MD of Tabor on this project. The OLHA noted that the discussions regarding the irrigation project had been held in closed council sessions, resulting in resolutions that were not descriptive. The public was first formally informed of the project through the publication of Bylaw 2022. When the council stated they were council stated they are following the rules of the Municipal Government Act, MGA, the lack of open and honest dialogue has created a significant deficit in trust with the community. The town hall meetings brought to light several key concerns that we believe have been overlooked by the project's proponents. First of all, legal challenges. The OLHA is committed to pursuing legal action against the MD if the productive discussion of our group cannot be initiated. Such legal challenge could significantly delay or even halt the project, threatening its viability. This is not an outcome that the OLA wishes to see come to fruition. Environmental impacts. The OLHA is concerned about the irreversible loss of a globally threatened native prairie ecosystem and the potential harm to endangered species. Environmental groups have determined that the proposed project site is home to multiple species at risk, protected by the Species at Risk Act. In addition, the conversion of this native prairie directly contradicts the MD's own conservation bylaw. As the deeded owner of the governing body, the MD has a moral, if not legal, obligation to follow its statutes. Water management and access. While the BRAD has identified a consistent surplus of water, the volume of spillage is not guaranteed and can fluctuate significantly based on several factors. The amount of water available for diversion into the system, and thus the amount of spillage, is directly dependent on the flow of the Bow River. During periods of drought or low water river flow, the amount of spillage would be reduced or non-existent. If demand from existing license holders increases due to drier conditions, less water would be available to spill, and the BRAD could make operational decisions about reservoir levels and water diversion. Any changes to their management policy, like prioritizing water for existing license holders or in-stream environmental needs, could directly impact the availability of spillage. Relying solely on a variable and unpredictable water source like spillage for a large-scale project of 24 quarters is risky. Financial stability. The financial model for this project is inherently unstable. Rental revenues from land with only terminal rights is uncertain, particularly during drought periods. A potential shortfall in projected revenue could result in a burden on local taxpayers to cover the project's debt, which could have been avoided by maintaining a diversified revenue stream from grazing leases. Setting a precedent. The most significant concern from the OLHA is that this project sets a precedent. If the MD is willing to convert this native prairie for profit, they may be willing to do the same for other grazing leases. This creates a high level of uncertainty for all leaseholders, threatening long-term viability of their businesses and their ability to plan for the future. Competition for water. Water is highly regulated and a limited resource in southern Alberta. Even if the project is using spilled water, this is seen by many as a short-term justification. Farmers are concerned that a large-scale project like this could eventually lead to increased pressure on the overall water supply, potentially impacting their own water allocations in the long run. They worry that a government-backed project will receive preferential treatment during drought years, putting them at a disadvantage. And finally, unfair business advantage. The MD of Taber has access to resources that private farmers do not. It can incur debt through debentures, potentially at a lower rate than a private individual, and its land holdings are not subject to the same taxes or costs. This creates an uneven playing field where the municipality is a new and very powerful, potentially subsidized competitor in the agricultural environment. We acknowledge the MD's need for stable revenue and strongly believe that there are better, less harmful alternatives to the proposed irrigation project. Town halls have already highlighted options like conservation easements that could generate revenue while protecting our grasslands. Our dialogue at these meetings underscores the fact that this irrigation project is not our only viable option. Therefore, the Oldman Leaseholders Association formally recommends a moratorium on the proposed irrigation project. We urge the council to use this time for greater transparency and genuine consultation with the community. We are ready and willing to work with the MD to explore all alternative options that could do less harm and build a more inclusive and prosperous future for the MD of Taber. In light of significant concerns raised by community members, the Oldman Leaseholders Association respectfully requests the MD of Taber Council take the following specific actions: enact a formal moratorium, Immediately halt all project-related activities, including engineering, soil testing, permit applications, and a comprehensive public review process is complete. Genuine stakeholder engagement. All closed doors discussions about the project should be halted. A formal, public, and transparent consultation process must be initiated with all affected parties, including grazing leaseholders and environmental associations. This engagement should aim for a mutually agreeable path forward rather than simply informing leaseholders of a decision that's already been made. Commission a third-party peer review. Engage an independent and respected hydrological firm to perform a peer review of the BRID's water management claims and their potential impact on existing water uses. Independent environmental assessment. We request the MD commission an independent third-party environmental impact assessment to scientifically quantify the ecological value of the land. This assessment should specifically evaluate the impact of conversion on biodiversity, soil health, carbon sequestration, and the habitats of species at risk. Conduct a community impact study. Commission a full community impact study to assess the economic and social consequences of the project. Commit to open records. Pledge to hold all future discussions related to the project in recorded public sessions, making all relevant documents accessible to the community, with the exception of those that are required to be enclosed by MGA. And that is not in the report, but I will say that. Explore alternative solutions. The MD of Tabor should explore alternative solutions to achieve its revenue goals and better understand the opportunity costs associated with the project. We look forward to a productive and collaborative discussion on these matters.
Thank
that-
you. Kim, I want to just clarify for the minutes, you're representing the Old Man Leaseholders
Yeah,
Association.
that was read in on behalf of the Old Man Leaseholders
Okay,
Association.
that's good. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd like to read in a personal statement. I
I'm
could.
just going to see if someone else wants to speak,
Okay,
and then I could
I'm
have
okay with
you
that.
come back to the mic, just so that we can be open. Okay, anyone else who would like to speak? Don't go too far in case no one puts their hand up. Anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, this corner, sorry. And then we'll do the read-in letter, and then we'll come back to you, Kim. And I thought I saw a hand over here, but I just didn't see which one it was, so.
Yeah, Dave Weens. I'd like to add on to where young Parker spoke here. The moving submission that he had there. I have a son too. And if you carry on moving this direction and you do sell the land, I would sure hope that you would strike that out, that the people who own that are renting the land at the moment, that they would have first right of refusal. I mean, it's become an integral part of our farm, and now to not have that first right of refusal, that would be terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move to the read-in letter. Arliss, will you or one of your staff read it in?
Yeah, we can do that. I just missed, I apologize for the purpose of the minutes. I just missed the last gentleman's.
David Weens. Do you want to just spell that?
W-I-E-N-S.
Okay,
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I can have our Director of Community Services read that correspondence.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me there? Okay. Okay, so read in from an email. So 7,934 is the rural 2024 population
Sorry,
in the MD.
just to interrupt, this would be from, in the resolution earlier, I believe it referenced Sharon Hagan. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to hear, so I think we should either go to a wired-in mic, whether he.
Here, I'll pull it up and I can read it.
Okay, thank you.
If I can find it. $7,934 is the rural 2024 population in the MD of Tabor, all of whom have a vested interest in the 75,344 acres of grassland that the MD currently leases to 67 leaseholders. 7 councillors have to decide how to best manage these acres with the ultimate goal to provide the best return for the municipality. Change has to be made. In the last 20 years, the leaseholders had a bargain with the rate unchanged in this period, amounting to millions of lost revenue. Common sense says this has to be addressed. With proposed changes, legacy leaseholders have the most to lose. A legacy is something built by a generation to be passed on to the next generation, a business, a farm, a ranch that you have title to, purchased through blood, sweat, and tears. In no world should the MD be part of a legacy granting entitled access to one family, in some cases for 100 years. Instead, it should be available for lease to anyone in good standing who wishes to apply for the grazing rights on terms and conditions deemed fair by council. Unfortunately for the legacy leaseholders, this means the gravy train may come to an end. As human nature is, this group is fighting tooth and nail to keep their privilege with whatever they have in their toolbox. Emotion, environment, friendship, etc. But council has to remove themselves from all the rhetoric and base their decision on what is best for the whole instead of the few. Leaseholders claim they do not want to compete with their friends and neighbors, yet all throughout history, farmers and ranchers have competed against each other for land. It is the nature of the business, how the marketplace works. The marketplace that the leaseholders want to have the grazing leases removed from. The same marketplace that has more than doubled their herd value in the last 5 years. This legacy policy of the past is protectionism for a select group and should have no place in assets managed for the people by any level of government. For every young person hoping to keep the land through a legacy gift, there are other ranchers' sons and daughters hoping to have an equal opportunity to access the same land. Is one person more important than the other? Leaseholders who feel they and only they can love and care for these lands are very pretentious. 99% of ranchers and farmers do so because they also love the land. Finally, the new irrigation project. Instead of protesting the project, maybe have the forward thinking to use it for future generations in the form of irrigated pasture. You claim to be concerned about the environment, but would rather see one of our most valuable assets go to waste in the form of spill water than reap the benefits this land could provide the municipality. Change is hard to swallow sometimes, but I for one hope council has the courage to open access to everyone and get the best value for the municipality. Our community need the funds to support recreation, roads, libraries, parks, and the list goes on. Sincerely, Sharon Hagan. That's the end.
Thank you. Kim Davis.
Okay, this is a good follow-on because I would like to talk to you about what your community told you. So I come before you today as a representative of a deeply concerned and dedicated community, and we're here to talk about consultation, but more importantly, we're here to talk about trust, stewardship, and the future we want for this municipal district. The administration and your council has presented a new direction anchored in the pursuit of fiscal sustainability and long-term alternative funding. These are worthy goals. In fact, a review of the What We Heard report shows that residents understand the need for increased lease rates and new ways to fund our community. We have never protested that. You are right to initiate a public consultation process through town halls, through surveys, as required in the Municipal Government Act. We do appreciate your efforts. However, in reviewing the public documents, a stark and troubling disconnect has emerged. The policies that are being proposed do not reflect what the community has asked you for. They actively contradict it. This is where the process has failed. A consultation is not a consultation if the public's input is ignored. We have people here today. The MD's own report shows a strong community consensus. When asked about selling land, a significant majority of respondents, 58.3%, said no. Written responses reinforce this, stating clearly, These lands are public lands for the benefit of all residents and should be managed as such. They're explicitly warned against short-term financial gain, advising the MD not to jeopardize the long-term for short-term game or pet projects. Yet despite this clear directive, the new draft grazing lease policy gives council the authority to sell or retain lands for tender when leases are surrendered. The transitional grazing leases even include a termination clause allowing the MD to end a lease with just 1 year's notice or less in order to facilitate the sale of lands. The community said to you, don't sell. The policy actually says we might sell and we might kick you off the lease to do it. Over 50% of respondents ranked conservation or a reasonable balance of conservation and revenue generation as their top priorities for grasslands. They emphasized the importance of preserving grasslands as an ecologically significant areas, protecting them from conversion. A letter submitted to council directly warned of the risk of desertification and the need to preserve biodiversity. The administration's response to push forward a joint project to convert 24 acres of native grass prairie into irrigated farmland. This is the very land use the community has asked to be protected. 71% of the public believes the Prairie Conservation Bylaw is relevant today. The bylaw, which as a governing body, the MD has a moral and a legal obligation to follow itself. One of the most prominent fears voiced in this consultation was that the public tendering process would allow large corporate producers to outbid independent producers, push out smaller operations. Residents expressed that a competitive process would destroy what's left of the family farm, and that the MD's land should not be sold to absentee land ownership. The MD's new policy directly enables this. It outlines a competitive bid tender process for leases and explicitly states if land is sold, bidders are not required to be residents of the MD of Taber. It offers no protection for multi-generational family farms that are the lifeblood of our rural communities. For decades, leaseholders have acted as stewards of this land, investing their time, their money, and their expertise. The MD's own presentation acknowledges this, noting that the value of the leaseholder equity can be upwards of $600 an acre. This is a profound generational investment, yet the new policies disregard this entirely. The new draft policies eliminate a leaseholder's ability to assign, sublet, or sell a grazing lease. It also proposes that a lease is not renewed, the former tenant may be compensated only for the residual value of fencing, and that compensation is paid by the new tenant, not the MD. This strips away decades of built-up equity and generational investment, offering no recourse for the financial loss. The letter submitted to the MD's consultation process detailed the deep financial and emotional attachment, describing land as an integral part of the farm in raising cattle. This is not just a business transaction, it's a way of life that is now under threat. Council may believe this is a fair compromise, but there are catastrophic hidden costs that may not be factored into your calculations. The true value of a family farm is not just the rent it generates, but the intricate web of economic and social contributions it provides. Our leaseholders, like the Vauxhall Stock Grazing Association, have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars directly into our communities. They donate to local schools, pools, libraries, fire departments, arenas. These aren't one-time grants, they're reliable, long-term investments that sustain the fabrics of our towns. We support our local businesses. These families are the ones who buy from our local businesses. They send their children to schools, they pay your municipal taxes. Without access to the local tax recovery lands, hundreds of families over the years will not be able to make a living and raise their kids in the local area. When these families are pushed out by large non-resident corporations, those revenues are drained out of the local communities, and the MD becomes a subsidized competitor against its own residents. Finally, leaseholders have a vested interest in the long-term health of this land. They're the ones that have spent years on good management practice. Listen, I want to be fair. I agree on the need for financial responsibility, the MD's effort to create a formal policy.
I'm going to just interrupt you. You're at 6 minutes.
Okay.
And you can finish this sentence, but we have to go to a public hearing at 10 o'clock. And when you were speaking for the old man, I allowed it because I felt you represented, but you more than doubled as an individual. So finish your sentence, please.
All good. We all urge you to heed the voices that have formally come forward in your process. And reflect the community's wishes to proceed with a shared future. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have to, at 10 o'clock, go to a public hearing. So I will take more comments at this time, and then we'll go to a public hearing. And if there's other people who still want to speak, then we'll return to that. But I am going to, from this point forward, limit it to 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning by raising my hand, because otherwise it will take too long. So who would like to speak next? Art. You had to come to the mic, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I totally get where MD comes from with the change of the lease, and in my mind, as long as they give the leasee the first right of refusal, then they always have an edge to keep the land. That's my opinion, but I mean, I just started in COCAF 3 years ago, and because we had a devastating fire, whatever, none of that is irrelevant, but we don't have any leased land. And if I talk to neighbors, whatever, and I say, well, how do I get into a lease or in a community pasture? Well, you can forget about that, because that's like an old boys group. You'll never get in, blah, blah, blah. And I gotta say, honestly, I never tried. But you know, they're so discouraging on it. And I have 2 boys too. And I am taxpayer too in the MD of Taber. So why does somebody else's kid have more right than mine? That's just my thought.
Art, do you want to spell in your last name? I don't think.
Bontus, Bonthus.
Okay, good administration. Okay, next person to speak. Henry? Certainly. And just as we are approaching 10 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, I will do a hard break so that we can do the public hearing and then we can come back.
Okay, this is through Vauxhall Stock Grazing and the Old Man Leaseholders Association. My name is Henry Tolsma. I'd like to read this letter. So this is notice of non-compliance. MD of Taber Grazing Lease Policy and Scope Reservoir Project with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan. Dear Municipal District of Taber Council and Administration, this letter serves as a formal notice concerning the apparent non-compliance of 2 specific initiatives: the MD of Taber Grazing Lease Policy and the proposed Scope Reservoir Project, which the legislated objectives of the Southern Saskatchewan Regional Plan. This notice is being issued as a prerequisite to further action should the MD of Taber proceed with these initiatives without full alignment with the SSRP. Please be advised that this matter has been brought to the attention of Premier Daniel Smith, who has made the Land Use Secretary aware of the situation. We have confidence that the provincial government will take necessary steps to ensure the integrity of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan is upheld. The MD of Taber's grazing lease policy, specifically as it pertains to provisions for the sale or termination of leases for alternative uses, appears to be in direct conflict with the SSRP core mandate for rangeland and grassland conservation. The SSRP explicitly states the government of Alberta intends to conserve rangelands and grasslands to sustain the health of the environment, economy, and society in the South Saskatchewan region. On public lands, conversion to arable irrigation or other permanent uses will not be considered. The MD of Taber's policy, which includes mechanisms for converting grazing lands to other permanent uses, represents a clear deviation from the foundation principle. Such actions are not only contrary to the spirit of the SSRP, but also potentially in violation of its legally binding requirements. The Scope Reservoir Project, as outlined in the provided documents, aim to facilitate the conversion of existing native grass pasture to irrigated agricultural land. The objective is in direct contradiction with the SSRP policies on water management and land use. The SSRP is designed to manage cumulative efforts and guide land use decisions to maintain regional outcomes. The conversion of significant tracts of land, particularly these currently used for grazing, fundamentally alters the land base in a manner that the SSRP seeks to regulate and in many cases prevent the project's objectives appear to undermine the SSRP's long-term vision for sustainable land and water management. This is a demand for immediate action and compliance. The MD of Tabor's adoption of the SSRP as legislated under the Alberta Land Stewardship Act obligates the municipality to make decisions that are in alignment with the plan's requirements. This includes the MD of Tabor's grazing lease policy and any actions related to the Scope Reservoir project. We formally request that the MD of Tabor provide a detailed response confirming how these two initiatives are fully in line with the SSRP specific policies on range land conservation and land use. We expect the MD to take immediate action to amend its policies and reevaluate project plans to ensure full compliance with the SSRP's objectives. Be advised that a failure to demonstrate such compliance will be construed as a breach of your obligation under the Alberta Land Stewardship Act, and we will be prepared to take the necessary next steps to enforce the SSRP's provisions. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to take a 2-minute recess so that the planner can get online, and then we will be moving to bylaw number 2023, the amendment bylaw for King Arthur's Resort, and then bylaw number 2024. So we'll let our administration get set up. I'll call the meeting back to order. We're moving to the scheduled time for bylaw number 2023, amendment bylaw number 1829, King Arthur's Resort. And I will turn it over to administration.
Thank you, Reed Mianega. With respect to this particular agenda item, it's being considered in the context of an amendment to an existing area structure plan, and I'll refer the matter to our planning advisor, Bonnie Bruner, to speak to.
Good morning, Council. The bylaw before you is for consideration of first reading of an amendment to King Arthur's Lakefront Resort Bylaw number 1829. It is proposed bylaw number 2023, and it affects Lot 3, Block 2, Plan 2010659 in the east half of 30-12-16 west of the 4th. The proposed amendment is to accommodate a 5th phase of the campground. There are already 4 phases completed, and now the applicant would like to expand, which requires an amendment to the existing ASP to allow consideration of an additional 39 fully serviced sites. The amendment does require that Council pass first reading to initiate the process and establish public notification. As such, we are recommending that the MD of Taber Council give first reading to bylaw number 2023 for the amendment to King Arthur's Lakefront Resort Bylaw 1829 and proceed with establishing the public initiating the public notification process with a half-mile notification radius and setting the public hearing to be held at 1 p.m. at the November 12th council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions? This is in regards to having first reading on the change to the King Arthur's Lakefront Resort.
Not too many questions, but just point out that that report that came along with the application, I was quite impressed with the amount of detail and work that was involved to get this expansion and for what King Arthur's actually brings to the area. I'm quite in favor of it, and I think it does a lot for our community.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And if not, I would call for a motion.
I'd like to give you a motion that the Municipal District of Taber give first reading to bylaw number 2023, amendment to the King Arthur's Lakefront Resort Bylaw number 1829.
Okay, those in favor of the read in motion? That motion is carried. It requires a public hearing, so as next motion.
I can give you a motion to proceed with the public notification process based on a half-mile radius for a public hearing to be held at 1 p.m. at the November 12th council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor of the read in motion? That is carried. So then we will go on to bylaw number 2024, amend bylaw number 211, land use bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, and this one is somewhat connected to the previous with respect to a proposed redesignation of land use. Sorry, connected to the previous agenda item just discussed. And I'll refer this one as well to our planning advisor, Bonnie Bruner.
Okay, so the bylaw before you is consideration of first reading to proposed bylaw number 2024, which is the accompanying bylaw to the ASP amendment, which is requesting redesignation of the portion of Lot 3, Block 2, Plan 2010659 in the east half of 30-12-16 west of 4th, which would correspond to the area that's being proposed to expand for Phase 5. And that would redesignate the property from rural agricultural to private commercial recreation. And so in cases where we have an area structure plan, the MD processes the redesignation concurrently as the applicant intends to move forward with the development should this be approved at the same time. So again, it's the same location. The area affected is approximately 9.36 acres. And in order to move forward with the private commercial campground development, the property is required, that portion of the property is required to be rezoned to private commercial recreation. So we are requesting that the MD of Taber Council give first reading to bylaw number 2024, which is the amendment to the land use bylaw for the redesignation, and proceed with the public notification process based on a half-mile radius, and with a public hearing to be held at 1 p.m. at the November 12th council meeting. And we are able to advertise both for 1 p.m. since they are dealing with the same matter. And then council can proceed to open the hearings independently at that time so that we don't have to have a delay in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions regarding the first reading of bylaw number 2024?
I can move that the Municipal District of Taber give the first reading to bylaw 2024, amendment to land use bylaw 2011, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I'll move that a public hearing be set for 1 p.m. November 12th council meeting, and that a public notification radius of 1/2 mile be set.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you to the planning team for preparing that.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will return to public engagement. Please note that I will advise you at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we'll ask you to step away from the mic at 3 minutes. Okay, who would like to speak to council? Okay, go ahead and remember to state your name and who you're representing.
My name is Tyler Sakura, and I'm just representing myself.
Okay.
My only comments were, I would urge council to add some things to the agenda today when voting on the land policies and leases that was from the community of the whole. On the community of the whole, like you had the what we heard report 6.3. I was hoping that could be added into it so that you could see the findings in the summary from it, as well as the proposed or the engagement report as well. And there was also 2 letters submitted, if they could be read there, so that it's all put into the MD council minutes as opposed to just the committee of the whole. And that way you can see the findings right beside the results when people go to look when it's all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, council. My name is Daryl Johnson. Met most of you over the process here. Thank you for your work that you do for council. Thank you for the work that you guys do for the community. We appreciate your effort and the time you guys put in. Just speaking from a leaseholder point of view, I hope you can appreciate and maybe put yourself in the situation of being a leaseholder. Leaseholders were never in the assumption or never in the group that thought that just because 2026 came around that the leases were over. MD of Taber themselves have published and put out documents that talk about leasehold equity, leasehold rights. Just a few statements. The MD of Taber has developed policies that will protect leaseholder interests in the property. From an MD news release. Leaseholders did business and created businesses and still do business under these promises made by the MD. The ability of both current and future leaseholders of tax recovery land to assign leasehold rights by way of public auction or market value based on private sale to any assignee will continue under the public lands lease. Another statement from the MD. And this policy ensures that equity used to purchase leasehold rights is not lost and remains with the leaseholder and successors. There's been investment. Leaseholders have done business under assumptions such as these and policies such as these. And we're not trying to be unreasonable or to try to twist anything in any way. It's just how leasehold rights and lands work. Same as a provincial, where the province owns the deed to the land and the leaseholder has the leasehold rights. Would be the same situation as we're in with the MD, where the MD has the deed, but the leaseholder has the leasehold right and has done extensive work for that investment, time, monetary, whatever it is. So I just ask if you would put yourself in the situation of the leaseholder and consider the question as, if you were in this situation, what would you do? What would your response be if all of a sudden your lease was going to be ending, but you were not told that? You were expecting to be able to renew your lease. One last comment out of the committee of the whole. Recommendation to include these lease terms that support continued leasing to the current leaseholders. This could be viewed as a compromise between the removal of sale of lease equity and ensure long-term lease accessibility for the leaseholders while promoting the land stewardship. There is equity there. The MD knows there's equity there, and we just are asking you to ask that question to yourself if you had a lease and if you were in the situation that the leaseholders are in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Mr. Gaynor.
My name is Tom Gaynor, and I'm going to be speaking for myself. Just 2 short weeks ago, I thought we had a 10-year lease with a 10-year renewal. That came from a conversation with Brian on the phone. Unfortunately, I spread that conversation around with other conversation. I wonder how many people out there are thinking the same thing. The MD's 7,800 or whatever it is, people out there are incredibly busy this time of year. And you all know that. Many of them are unaware of the new lease agreements. And quoted from last year's meeting, wide sweeping changes. Let me say that again. Wide sweeping changes. I'm here today to ask council not to put this to a vote. Give it some time. Let the MT residents really fully digest what is proposed. You owe it to the people of the MD. You have the right. People of the MD have the right to know what's going on. Again, wide sweeping changes. There has to be more review. Last meeting I heard fair and just. It was the most important words you're going to hear today. I feel it should be tabled, give it some more review, Let's just get it right, guys. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Hi, good morning, council. My name is Chris Siemens. I am the president of the Hayes Stock Grazing Association. And I want to talk this way, but I kind of almost want to talk that way too, a little bit, and just share my biggest concern about this entire thing. I think the MD, and I want to thank the staff and the council for being really, I think you guys prioritize communication with the public really well. You've got the SCAR, the weekly email I get, WhatsApp channel, Facebook posts, all sorts of things. But something's not right here, guys. You're about to vote on a $12 million capital project on zero notice. The public knows nothing. There's been no drawings publicized within the last, we only know because it came on the agenda today. Sign into a binding joint venture agreement that is, by your own words, difficult to get out of on no public notice. And I think you owe it to the people out there, regardless of where you stand on the issue. Regardless of where you stand on the issue, this needs to be publicly announced and talked about before it's just voted on. So that's my real big concern is something's not right because you guys have not said a word about it to anybody. And if today's vote binds the MD to this joint venture on a $12 million project and nobody knows about it, it's not right. We need to continue the discussion. So thank you.
My name is Robin Hilaire. We've had a quarter of land since 1952. Spent from my grandpa to my dad. Dad put me on the lease several years ago, and now as it turns out, I will not be able to turn it to my daughter. I just learned about this. I thought we were going to have a legacy lease, and now it's going to be a 5-year lease. And I phoned to talk to Councillor Reynolds, and he has to abstain or because of a conflict of interest, when you guys should maybe be leaning on his experience in this situation. I don't know how it's a conflict of interest. I mean, everybody sitting up here, I mean, I'm looking at it as if you don't generate more revenue, the taxes are going to go up to compensate for that. I think this is going as to lower taxes. So then I would think everybody sitting up there has a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If that is all done, then we will continue on with our meeting. Going once, going twice. All right, then we will continue on with the agenda. At this time, on behalf of council, I would like to thank you for attending and for those who took time to speak to council. It's very important that council hear varying opinions and that the public always has an opportunity to speak to council. We will follow along with the agenda as it was changed, and we are moving into policy. Oh, first we're going to do a declaration of conflict.
I will excuse myself from item grazing lease policy and leases, as I have a pecuniary interest. So I'm in a grazing reserve that leases MD grasslands.
Thank you. Councillor Hildebrand.
I'll have to recuse myself from 5.2.2, as I am in a lease conflict with the party that is presenting.
And that's 5.2.2 on the paper copy Explore Inc. Just because the numbering has changed.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so we are going down to policies, starting at the grazing lands policy and associating grazing leases. I'll turn it over to Arliss to start. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Reed Excuse me. So what council has before them is a draft policy with respect to the grazing lands that are owned by the municipal district of Taber, and with also accompanying that policy, not necessarily scheduled to that policy, but connected in terms of subject matter, are 3 types of draft grazing leases. I'll short title them community pasture grazing lease, transitional grazing lease, and the draft tender grazing lease, referenced as attachments, well, A through D ultimately, A, B, C, and D. Nonetheless, this project has been ongoing for approximately 18 to 24 months. It makes up the larger portion of what's been referred to over the last while, the land management plan / strategy. There is yet additional policy to review. You'll reference that in the request for decision, as well as past memos that have been provided to council over the last while. There are next steps with respect to additional policy. The first policy that has been dealt with already references the cultivation leases. And this one references the grazing leases. So this has gone through multiple different iterations, the last being recommended by the Committee of the Whole at the September Committee of the Whole meeting. It was recommended as is attached in this agenda package for consideration by council today. And I do believe in Committee of the Whole, council or Committee of the Head requested that administration read this specific policy or the specific draft policy, and if that's the request of council, again, we can do that if council wishes.
Given there being a few new faces in the room, I do think it's important we read through, similar to Committee of the Whole.
And I also thank you, Councillor Clausen. It also should be noted that council has heard the public engagement. They're aware of the statements that were made, as well as the other comments and submissions we've received during the last 24 months, whether that be in council or directly. So with that, I think to start the conversation, we will have the lease read in.
The policy, okay. And I do apologize in advance because I don't have the most engaging voice, so it is somewhat monotonous. Nonetheless, proposed grazing lease draft policy reads under policy statement, Municipal District of Taber has developed a new policy and revised lease agreements to administer the municipally owned grazing lands. Over the last several decades, the Municipal District of Taber has acquired approximately 75,000 acres of deeded grazing lands. These lands have been administered by way of a long-standing MD Taber lease agreements in the absence of a formalized municipal policy. Purpose: prudent municipal administration requires periodic review of established policies and development of new policies to ensure their relevance and adjust to new realities. The benefits that may arise from the granting of grazing leases in a consistent and transparent manner can aid in the generation of revenue to increase fiscal sustainability, aid in creating a safe and prosperous community, as well as promote effective land use management. The purpose of this policy is to provide the framework and establish transparent guidelines for how the MD of Taber will administer grazing leases. This policy sets out guidelines, rates, and conditions with respect to the leasing of MD of Taber lands for grazing purposes. Roles and responsibilities. 1. Administration. 1A. Subject to these decisions specifically reserved for council, the CAO, those decisions specifically reserved for council, the CAO or their designate administration will have general oversight over the MD of Taber's grazing lease program, including 1. Administering and enforcing grazing leases. 2. Establishing the standard form grazing lease for MD of Taber lands, tendering new grazing leases, authorizing tenant lease improvements, and 5. Initial review of requests for the purchase of grazing lands and requesting further information from prospective purchasers prior to submitting requests to council, provided that the request or process complies with the requirements of this policy. All proposals submitted to council for a decision must outline the reasoning for the request and will be evaluated based on current municipal objectives, bylaws, and procedures, as well as applicable provincial legislation. 2A. MD of Council's responsibilities. 2A. MD of Taber Council must approve and determine new tenants, new lease agreements, whether to sell or retain grazing lands for tender when leases are surrendered, option to purchase transactions and final sale price, and proposals that are not in compliance with the requirements of this policy, compensation for tenant improvements where applicable, the sale of grazing lands to third parties. Lease options. Grazing leases will be issued in one of the following forms. Tender grazing lease. 1A. The form of lease will be utilized any time a tenant surrenders their grazing lease, or a grazing lease expires or is terminated as per the terms of the lease. 2. Community pasture grazing lease. 2A. This form of lease will be utilized when the tenant is a grazing association. 3. Transitional grazing lease. 3A. This form of lease will be utilized for all grazing leases other than a tender grazing lease or a community pasture lease. Tender grazing lease. Applicable terms. The following terms will be included in tender grazing lease agreements. 1. Lease term. Lease terms will run for 5 consecutive years. 2. Rental rates. Rent will be based on the market rate for grazing leases in southern Alberta at the time the lease is issued, which will be established via the tender process outlined below. No assignment. Section 3 here. No assignment. 3A. Tenants shall not assign, sublet, or sell a tender grazing lease. Community pasture grazing lease. Applicable terms. The following terms will be included in community pasture grazing lease agreements. 1. Authorized tenants. 1A. Community pasture grazing leases shall only be granted to grazing associations incorporated as of essentially implementation of this policy. The approved tenants pertaining to this policy are as follows. 1. Barnwell Grazing Association. 2. Circle E Grazing Association. 3. Fincastle Grazing Association. 4. Haystock Grazing Association. And 5. Vauxhall Grazing Association. 2. Lease term. 2A. Lease terms will run for 10 consecutive years. Tenants will be granted one option to renew for a further 10-year term at the MD of Taber's discretion. 3. Rental rates and adjustments. 3A. For the first 2 years of the term, the tenant shall pay rent calculated as $26.10 per AUM. 3B. Commencing on the 3rd year of the term and again on the 7th year of the term, rent under the community pasture grazing lease will be adjusted by council to reflect the then current market rate for grazing leases in southern Alberta based on data from MD of Taber lease tenders and local market rates. 4. No assignment. 4A. Tenants shall not assign, sublet, or sell a community pasture grazing lease. Transitional grazing lease. Applicable terms. The following terms will be included in transitional grazing lease agreements. 1. Lease term. 1A. Lease terms will run for 5 consecutive years and then terminate. 2. Rental rates and adjustments. 2A. For the first 2 years of the term, the tenant shall pay rent calculated as $26.10 per AUM. 2B. Commencing on the 3rd year of the term, rent under the transitional grazing lease will be adjusted by council. The term rent under the transitional grazing lease will be adjusted by council to reflect the then current market rent for the grazing leases in southern Alberta based on data from MD of Taber lease tenders and local market rates. 3. Right of first refusal. 3A. At expiry of the transitional grazing lease, tenants shall be granted a right of first refusal or priority right to lease the grazing lands as follows. 3A. 1. Upon expiry of the transitional grazing lease, the grazing lands may be made available to lease in accordance with the lease tender process outlined below. 2. Upon the MD of Tabor receiving an offer to lease based on the competitive tender process that the MD of Tabor is willing to accept, the MD of Tabor shall deliver a copy of the offer to lease to the tenant. 3. The tenant shall have 15 days from the receipt of the offer to lease to advise the MD of Tabor that the tenant is exercising his right of first refusal. And 4. Upon exercising the right of first refusal, the tenant shall have the right to lease the lands on the same terms and conditions as are set forth in the offer to lease and in the form of a new tender grazing lease. And 5. In the event that the tenant fails to send notice under Section 3 above, within the time period set forth above, the MD of Tabor shall be free to lease the lands to a third party in accordance with the offer to lease presented to the tenant. 4. No assignment. 4A. Tenant shall not assign, sublet, or sell a transitional grazing lease. All grazing leases. Applicable terms. The following terms are to be included in every grazing lease, unless otherwise authorized by council. 1. Tenant purchase option. A. Tenants may request to purchase their leased grazing lands at any time during the term of their lease, provided the tenant is not in default of the lease as follows. 1. Tenant submits a written request to the MD of Tabor to request a sale of the grazing lands. Council will determine if grazing lands should be sold. If approved by council, administration will offer the grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sale process provided under Part H, Section 3 of this policy. 4. Tenants are not granted a right of first refusal or priority right to purchase grazing lands without competition. 5. If grazing lands are sold, but the tenant is not the successful bidder, the grazing lands will terminate within 3 months of council approving the sale in accordance with Part H, Section 3 of this policy. 2. Service leases. 2A. Tenants shall not be entitled to any compensations for any surface activity, including but not limited to geophysical operations, oil and gas. 3. Lease termination by the MD of Tabor. 3A. The MD of Tabor will have the right to terminate grazing leases. In order to facilitate a sale of the lands on no more than 1 year written notice, in order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for alternative use on 30 days written notice. 3. If, in the opinion of administration, the tenant has not used the leased lands for grazing for 2 or more years on 30 days written notice. 4. Compensation for tenant fencing. If a grazing lease is terminated by the MD of Tabor prior to the expiry of the lease, other than for a default or a tenant surrenders their lease, the MD of Tabor may compensate the tenant for fencing installed by the tenant in accordance with the following process. 1. Administration will inspect the condition of the fencing and take reasonable steps to determine the residual value of the fencing based on the condition of the fencing and remaining functional life. 2. Administration will submit a report to council with a reasonable estimate of the residual value of the fencing for council's consideration. Compensation for the fencing, if any, will be determined by council based on the residual value. 4. Subsequent tendering of the land by the MD of Tabor will include the provision that the successful tenderer will be responsible for paying to the MD of Tabor the residual value of the fencing, if any. 5. Following the close of the tender and the receipt of payment for the residual value of the fencing from the successful tenderer, if any, the MD of Tabor will forward to the former tenant the compensation as determined by council. 5. Property taxes. 5A. The lessee is responsible for payment of all the taxes, rates, and assessments which may be levied against grazing lease lands during the term of their lease. Surrendered leases. 1. Surrender of lease interest process. 1A. If a grazing lease is surrendered by a tenant, a grazing lease expires or is terminated, council will determine if the grazing land should be tendered for further leasing, sold, or retained by the MD of Tabor. 2. Lease tender process. 2A. Tenant provides written notice to the MD of Tabor with their intentions to surrender their lease back to the MD of Tabor and remove themselves from the lease premises. 2B. Council determines if land will be sold, retendered for lease, or solicit proposals for an alternate use. C. The land sale process. C. Prospective leaseholder eligibility conditional on bidder being in good standing with the MD of Tabor, having no outstanding property taxes, utility accounts, or bylaw enforcement or compliance orders. D. Prospective tenant must be a resident or a property owner within the MD of Tabor, or is a resident or property owner in a municipality within the MD of Tabor. As per established council policy, administration undertakes a competitive tender process to relet the lease premises. F. Replacement lease agreement executed with new lessee. 3, land sales process. If a sale of grazing lands is approved by council, or if a tenant requests to purchase the grazing lands under their current lease, the following procedures must be followed. Council must confirm that a sale of the grazing lands is in the best interest of the MD of Taber. 2, sales will occur using a competitive process or other public offering, unless otherwise directed by council. 3, if land is to be sold, administration drafts tender for advertising in print and social media. 4, bidders are not required to be residents of the MD of Taber. 5, sale may be subject to reserve bid. Reserve bid amount to be determined by appraisal by MD of Taber Assessment Department or independent appraiser. 6, land being offered for sale on an as-is, where-is basis. 7, if a bid satisfies all qualifications, the MD of Taber will accept the highest bid. 8, land sale document preparation and land titles registration administered through professional legal services. 9, any sale agreement for grazing lands must be conditional on obtaining final approval by council. This policy does not represent a comprehensive itemization of all the terms and conditions as described in the form of grazing leases required by the MD of Taber.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, council may make question or comments, eventually getting to the point where we would make a motion.
Yeah, I'll start, I guess, if that's all right with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've said all along that I think that there's more to this than just, there's a community aspect that we've got to really take into consideration. And again, I refer back to the document that was provided in 2011, and I'll just outline a couple of the things that I think are important to consider here. And it says leaseholders may assign a municipal grazing lease to a family member that ensures the long-term sustainability of farms and ranches that depend upon tax recovery land as a land base for their operations, provided the family member meets residency conditions with the lease agreement. Another one that sticks out to me from that 2011 document. It is the intention of the Municipal District of Taber to permit the continued leasing of tax recovery lands by current leaseholders upon transfer of the titles to the municipality. The viability of these leaseholders and their family ranching operations depend on the ability to seamlessly transition from an SRD lease to the Municipal District of Taber lease. Another one that sticks out to me is the ability for leaseholders to assign a municipal grazing lease to a family member that ensures the long-term sustainability of farms and ranches that depend on tax recovery land as a land base for their operations. This policy ensures that equity used to purchase leaseholder rights is not lost and remains with the leaseholder or their successors. And I think I've said all along that, yes, the MD of Taber needs to get more value, more revenue out of this land base that they have. And I refer to the comments that I made in Hayes a week or two ago that this land asset that the Municipal District of Taber has, 82,000 acres, 75,000 acres of land that is in grass, I believe. This asset for the municipality has to generate some revenue, or why have it? Why would the MD continue to hold this land if we can't generate any revenue off of it? The rent rate that is being proposed, I'm okay with. What I'm really concerned about is, for example, and I'll turn to the community pasture grazing lease. Basically, they're being given effectively a 20-year lease, a 10-year lease with an option to renew for further 10 years. My question is, then what? What are we going to do? Are we going to kick the Vauxhall grazing off the land, or are we going to put it out to tender and let the highest person get it? I believe in the community interest that a grazing association should be able to continue to have an option every 10 years to continue on. Why would we not let these community grazing associations continue? Who's going to get this land in 10 years or 20 years as the policy reads right now? I think the community good is to let the grazing associations know that they're going to have this perhaps into perpetuity, unless the council of the day decides that selling it off is in the better community interest. But at this point in time, I see in this audience, and I saw in Hayes, and I saw in Vauxhall when we went there, a lot of young people who want to have a crack at farming / ranching, and this land that the MD of Taber owns will provide them with that opportunity. And for me, it comes down to, are we getting a fair return off of it? And that's really what it is for me. Are we getting enough money out of this land to justify owning it? And I don't know why we would, at the end of the lease terms in 5 years or 10 years, take it away from these people. And then down to the transitional grazing lease. What are we going to do about people who have, based on the 2011 document, have continued to buy and sell leases? Like maybe the rent's been too cheap for the last 20 years, but they've paid money based on this document. They've made business transactions believing that they were going to have these leases into the future. And I know that our policy talks about fencing and who's going to be responsible for fencing, but who's going to take care of the fences if they've only had the lease for 5 years? Somewhere down the line, the MD has got to replace some fences, and it's in order to even put it out to tender. And I think that maybe we've missed the mark just a little bit. I'm okay with the tendered grazing leases. I'm fine with that. I think we're missing the mark on the community one by saying that they're in 10 years or 20 years, they're going to compete against anybody else for that. And I think that there is some responsibility for those who have bought and sold leases believing that they were going to have the land into the future. And I'm prepared to make a motion, though, that on the community grazing lease, that we take out the line, one option to renew for a further 10 years. I think that why would we not continue to rent with these our grazing leases, our community grazing associations, if they're doing a good job? And I believe that up until this point in time, they have done a good job. So I will give you the motion that that be taken out. Tenants will be granted part one option to renew for further 10 years. I think that we've missed the mark there, that we need to take that out. So I'll give you that motion.
Okay, for clarification, Councillor Harris, so you want on page 4, 2 lease terms, number A, you want to strike the final sentence. Lease terms will run for 10 consecutive years will stay, and then the sentence, tenants will be granted one option to renew for further 10 year at the MD's discretion.
I would like it to read, tenants will be granted a further 10-year term at the MD's discretion. The one option to renew, like the way I read it, basically, if we give them 10 years and then a further 10 years, then my question is, then what? Like, are we taking it away from them?
So
I just think what needs to be done, I just see it as in 10 years they're done, or in 20 years they're done, and I don't like that. I think that we've missed the mark there.
So I just want to check the wording on the motion. So what I heard first is the motion to remove that last sentence on 2A. but I want to make sure that is what your intent is.
I don't like the tenants will be granted one option to renew. So I would just say tenants will be granted a further 10-year term at the MD's discretion. And maybe that's still just semantics, but it seems like in 10 years or in 20 years, they're done. That's what I read.
So again, for clarification and for administration, you would like that 2A to read, lease terms will run for 10 consecutive years. Tenants will have the option to renew for a further 10 years at the MD's discretion.
Yep, I'll take that.
Okay, I would like to wait until it's on the screen to allow Councillor Harris to review it, so it's not just my language.
Yeah, read me, Nega, if it's
Yes.
possible, for Councilor Harris, do you have your device or your phone or tablet? Even if you could just email us your preferred wording, that way it's just perspective of accuracy, we can incorporate that into the resolution. Yeah, just so we can copy and paste it in.
Okay,
Please send-
Councillor Harris, are you okay, Will, you're doing that to hear other councillors' perspectives? Councillor Turcato.
So there's a
And
lot-
recognizing there's a motion on the floor.
Yes. And so I support quite a few things that Meryl has said, but I take issue with some of it as well. So for the past 20 years, 85% of the grazing leases we're speaking of have received significantly more in oil and gas revenue than they paid in rent. And so there's been comments today, how do I get in on this? And that's a valid comment, because what we've seen today is what we've seen over the last 20 years, there's 2% of the population that drives this benefit, while 98% pays for it. That's a clear subsidy. And the residential ratepayers can no longer afford to pay that subsidy. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve de Groot.
I was hoping to wait for this for a little while, but I'm going to give you my perspective on my 4 years here. We've gone toe to toe multiple times on the mill rate, dry land versus irrigation, the value of irrigated land as compared to what we base our mill rate on. No government support there. We've talked with the Alberta government for longer than Meryl Harris has been here on Highway 526, where we're anticipating a pretty significant fatality coming up in Councillor Hildebrandt's area, 877, the 521, bridge files we've been dealing with for years, begging the government for money so we can get our product to market. And I might leave it to last, but horsefly spillway, when we're talking subsidies, I've signed checks for over $500,000 for RCMP work that before anybody here was sitting as a councillor, we didn't have to pay. We have ratepayers, Grassy Lake, Enchant, Hayes, acreages that pay up to $6,000 for a house with no benefits other than a rough road to drive on. We've gone for 18 months round and round. There's a lot of things I do not agree with in these draft policies, and there are a lot of things I do agree with. I take offense that families are going to be devastated by not being allowed to renew these leases for a generation. I believe in community grazing, the benefit it derives to communities, but how do we pay for these assets? I have a friend who is in the oil patch industry. His building assets maybe accumulate to a little over $3 million. He pays $20,000 tax on his facility. And then I could build any infrastructure on my farm and I pay nothing. There are extreme conversations that need to be held. And I tell you, we've went toe to toe. I maybe have lost some friends on this council, or maybe I've gained some friends, I don't know. But what I'm getting at too is these bylaws. You saw how easy it was to change bylaw 1829 and bylaw 2011 this morning. We are not building a concrete wall. Anybody could have replaced me on this election. I'm choosing to exit this farming industry because I don't like the way the Alberta government is treating the family farm. Maybe I need to carry on my political career in other aspects. But to come after this council and say we're not doing our job, people are going to fall through the cracks. And I apologize for that. Sometimes I feel like a failed counselor because what you've said, I've brought up and I've tried to steer the conversation. But I also hear farmers that want their families in to continue farming that don't have access to these lands. This is not an easy decision. If you want to change it, help us change it. From what I see, I'm going to vote in favor of this. You guys need to get involved, which you have been. And we will, this is not a concrete wall, I'll say that again. But if you think we did this lightly, give your head a shake. 70 cents an acre, people. What's fair in that when you're paying $6,000 for a house on municipal taxes? We brought it up to we tried to get it in front of the government to split the dry land and irrigation rates. I don't want to go to pick on one industry called a head tax in the county of Lethbridge. We need to figure out a way to spread this tax base evenly. And we've been talking about this for 4 years. So I'm going to vote in favor of all these. And if we need to tweak it over the years, they will get tweaked. I appreciate all of you coming here and bringing your opinions forward. But that's where I stand. And I hope you understand where this council is coming from. And Councillor Harris brought it forward. Some people are actually making money renting MD land. And then when we get a SCAR notification that mom can't drive her kids to soccer practice because the road's terrible, what do? If some of you are going to fall through the cracks, keep the pressure on next council. Things could improve, things might not improve. And that's where I stand. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Deputy Reeve. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. So if we're not quite ready, if another councillor would like to speak. Councillor Claus.
I will also be voting in favor. Council has worked tirelessly for close to 2 years on this with multiple public engagements to try and find a middle common ground for all residents in the MD of Taber. There is no doubt agriculture has always been and continues to be the heart of this municipality. Any policy changes are being designed to ensure that more members of our ag community, including young producers, have a fair chance to access these lands, not just those who have held onto the lease for decades. This, in return, will benefit all residents within the MD of Taber, not just a select few.
Thank you. Councillor Hildebrandt.
This has been hard on council. I'll just say that right to begin. There's a lot of emotion involved from a lot of people. And Councillor Harris referenced his comments in Hayes. And one thing that he said there is that we have an asset there that is not carrying its weight. And I maybe a paraphrase, but it was like, listen, guys, this has to change. Was the gist of what was said. It can't continue like that. And Councillor DeGroot is right. We've gone toe to toe on mill rate changes. With the view that affects people's lives as well. And it was extremely difficult to pass bylaws, mill rate bylaws, of 7%, 11%, 9% on residential properties. That's tough. And as Councillor Clausen said, when there's a preferential rate, how do you decide who gets that rate? These are all hard questions. And I think we've come to a reasonable place. Do I agree 100% with everything in here? No. But overall, I believe we've come to a good place.
Thank you. All right.
Just would seek out review from
Okay, we'll
Councillor
just give
Harris.
Councillor Harris a moment to review. If that's the motion he would like to put forward.
Yeah, my gist is, my point is that I think change is hard. It no doubt is hard. I think that everybody in the room is looking for assurance what's going to happen 5 years, 10 years, 20 years in the future. And I like I said, I just think that on the community pasture one, like they just want to know what the future is going to hold. And I just, like I said, I don't see in 10 years or 20 years, and like I said, things can always change by a different council, what's going to happen at the end of the lease. And I'm just trying to assure them that as far as I'm concerned, the grazing associations can have this as long as they're in good standing and abiding by lease terms and using the grass in a responsible way. So I'll stick with what's in front of them.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is what's before you, and for those in the audience, what's on the large screen. Councillor Tricato.
So there's only one problem I have with guaranteeing this into 20 years. So there's a neighboring municipality who had a community grazing association similar to the 5 that we have in the MD of Taber. And what happened over the years is the Hutterite colony that now owns the whole thing. And so how do we protect the community against one person or 2 people having it all? And so that it's no longer a community then. So how do you protect against that? And can that be done outside of this? I don't know. That's just a question. And I don't know what the answer is.
I think each community grazing has their own bylaws, but they have to follow the law of I'm not sure what it is, but you need a minimum of 5 or 7 to be considered a community grazing. And I think we've got that covered by, if the community grazings ever give it up, it's a null zero game. It goes back to the municipality, because like what's been brought up before, that it's a community good. And I can't remember the specific law that community grazings are under, but all the great community grazings follow that, and it could not go down to 2 people running it.
So the one concern I have here, it's similar to that, Councillor Tricato's as well, but it's also the concern that we've heard is how do I get in on this? And I think this forever is a long time. And to bind councils, future councils forever is troublesome.
So just note that these discussions right now are speaking to the motion to amend the policy. So my thought is I could live with this change because in this policy, as in other policies, there is still potential if there was a need for a different use that we could provide notification so that we don't strap the hands of future councils. That if there was a gravel pit that we needed, because we know some municipalities are hauling gravel, big boulders from the mountains. MD of Tabor, blessed or otherwise, we have gravel. And so I could manage this. I just worry that this language doesn't quite get what you're hoping for, but I could live with this change knowing that the MD councils have the ability to make adjustments if needed to the use of that current land. And I think that's important for any of the grazing lands or cultivated lands when you're a title holder. We don't know what the future is, so forever is too long of time. So you need to have an out clause. We have gone round and round, and the determination that community pastures bring value, that's how this ended up here. This was a solution to one of the problems that you brought forward. Okay, any other comments on the amendment? And I will read it out one more time and to give you a minute if you have other questions or comments. Moved by Councillor Harris that under Section 2, lease terms of the community pasture grazing lease, applicable terms of the proposed grazing lands policy by proposed grazing lands policy by adjusting the wording to reflect the following in Section 2A. 2A. Lease terms will run for 10 consecutive years. Tenants will be granted a further option to renew for a further 10 years as long as they are in good standing and in compliance with their lease. Any further questions or comments on the proposed amendment? Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. So at this point, we are returning to the body of the policy, the grazing lease policy, with the amendment as just passed. Any comments or questions, or are you prepared to make a motion?
I will give you a motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve the draft grazing lease policy attachment A.
Do we need to include the words as amended?
Yeah, given that the last resolution was carried, I would suggest that.
That one did not change. Attachment B changed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So one more time, which would be the second sentence on those proposed.
But still respectfully, the policy document itself will change.
Okay.
And then the accompanying lease would change as amended as well.
Okay, I'll add as amended.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving on to the next one.
That the Municipal District of Tabor approve the draft community pasture grazing lease, attachment A. to take effect upon expiry of current leases as amended.
Questions or comments?
Just a quick question for clarification.
Yes.
Are we referring to attachment A or attachment B?
Oh, sorry, attachment B, my mistake.
Okay.
So the motion is that the MD of Tabor approve the draft community pasture grazing lease attachment B to take effect upon expiry of current leases as amended. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Next item requires a motion.
I can move that the Municipal District of Tabor approve the draft transitional grazing lease attachment C to take effect upon expiry of the current leases.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? The motion reads that the MD of Tabor approve the draft transitional grazing lease attachment C to take effect upon expiry of current leases. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, the final motion.
I move that the Municipal District of Tabor approve the draft tender grazing lease attachment D to take effect upon expiry of current leases.
Okay, any comments or questions? It should be noted that not only did council spend time researching and understanding it, we demanded a lot of administration. We demanded a lot from our legal so that we made sure that there was a variety of options. There is no guarantee that we're going to get, when these lands on this one, they'll get the tendered rate. So referring back to the transitional, when those leases come up for tender, it will reflect the market price. This was not an attempt to take away grazing leases from people. It was a way to find access for communities to have grass and options that had a balance between what's happening in the community and what's happening in the market. So with that, the motion that is before us is the MD of Tabor approve the draft tender grazing lease attachment D to take effect upon expiry of current leases. Questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we will continue with the agenda. We're following down now on policies. We're moving to the recreation area and maintenance policy.
Perhaps we may take a quick recess and we can
Okay, we'll take a quick recess.
Notify council.
recreation area and maintenance policy.
Thank you, Remy Naga. So this policy has been part of our regular.
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Oh, sorry, Murray. I thought, oh, man. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, as part of our regular policy review process and schedule, this policy came up for review. Administration is proposing some adjustments, and we've also incorporated, after receiving feedback from committee of the whole on this policy as well, some of the proposed, we've also incorporated the feedback where it references provision of CAO approval for provision of firewood at certain campgrounds, just to kind of speed up the process so that it doesn't have to come to council meeting every time, I believe was the context behind some of that feedback. So that's been incorporated into the proposed policy that's before council as well. And I'll have our Director of Municipal Operations speak to some of the other general changes that are being proposed.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. The other change was we kind of took out the Ag Service Department from the policy and labeled the appropriate supervisors of those areas. And then we just kind of cleaned up some of the wording of the document, so.
Just clarification of that last comment, the removal of Ag Services, is that to allow for organizational change or is it organizational?
It's just more for clear and concise direction of who people need to get a hold of.
Okay, thank you.
But I will add to that, if I can, it does add some, I guess, like flexibility in terms of what could happen in the future, right, organizationally. Just because things change over time. Something today might be different 5 years from now, right?
So it does make the policy more robust if it's not.
Yeah, and more
not so specific.
and more adaptable to.
Thank you.
To operations of the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a question on, take for instance, the campground in Hayes, does that apply to that, or because it's a run by a community group, is that different?
It applies, but in the, like with respect to, sorry, my mind is on firewood for some reason, but are you specifically referencing firewood?
No, just general looking after the parks and what you have in the, like the Hayes campground is run by.
If it's run by a community group, it'll
So
continue
it-
to be run by a community group.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this doesn't relate to that. The whole
Do you want to speak to
policy,
that, Corey?
unless
Typically speaks to MD
owned
and managed
Okay,
areas,
okay, thanks.
except for firewood. Sorry.
So with this policy then, like we saw a request come from Grassy Lake at the last council meeting for gravel and grading. So is there a way of allowing that to be done administratively while capturing the costs in this policy? Is there a way of manipulating the policy to be able to do that? Because I see it as a much more efficient use of time, especially for our volunteers. If they can just be in touch with administration, they can get that task completed. And giving administration full authority to do that, but keeping the costs in mind and capturing that for each of the groups.
Yeah, I
Because
think-
these are municipally owned properties that are managed and taken care of by volunteers. And so to make that volunteering easier, I think it'd be a really, and maybe that's something for the future.
Yeah, I think the best way to approach that is using that as an example, because that's been, in addition to firewood, that's been another prominent example. I would suggest that we just incorporate those types of things, and it will require additional discussion with council into simply our hamlet maintenance program, our hamlet operations program, so that it just becomes part of normal operations. That being said, we will capture less from contributory perspective, but it would likely provide a more seamless service.
And then a more, just to, if I may add on to that, a more seamless service will also have less council and administrative overhead.
Right. And volunteer burnout.
And volunteer effort as well.
Yeah, I think, well, we know that recreation is a priority on the strategic plan. It has been paused due to priorities of council, but it is still there. And some of those last comments will be addressed on future discussions. Okay, with that, someone prepared to make the motion?
Give me the motion that the municipal district of Taber adopt the recreation area maintenance policy.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving to the government roles and responsibility framework.
So the governance roles and responsibilities framework policy is being presented and proposed for council consideration. Under the summary of key points here, it kind of outlines its general purpose and general intentions in terms of what outcomes are hoping to be achieved. But quite candidly, what's reflected in the policy was my best attempt of reflecting is reflecting as to what current practice is now, as well as reflecting the current tools that we have in place now to facilitate council's responsibility in their role of councillor and facilitate administration's responsibility as staff, and then in addition to that, providing tools that facilitate the council administration interaction, each with their own responsibilities to follow. So just trying to reflect existing case scenario. It's recommended that we visit this annually, we review this annually, simply because tools become available and we implement tools fairly regularly. So it would be a good thing to update annually, similar to the next agenda item as well. And councils change over time, administration changes over time. So an annual review of what's expected of administration as well as council, so long as it complies with the Municipal Government Act, is suggested. And this is, I guess, our first kick at the cat with respect to governance for both administration and council. But I'm open to any other questions that council has in terms of why it's being presented, why it's being proposed by administration.
And I've said this many times during Committee of the Whole, we dissect these policies, we go through them, we review them, we discuss them, we propose changes if needed. And then we get here and it looks like we're just putting our hand up. But in essence, we've already been through this in great detail and had an opportunity to discuss. But I would accept any questions, or if there are no questions, then perhaps we move to a motion.
I can give the motion, Municipal District of Taber adopt the governance role and responsibility framework policy has been presented.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, nomination and election process. Policy.
Yeah, so this policy outlines I would say it's very procedurally driven and kind of a tool and an aid for councils as they visit their annual organizational meeting, typically held towards the end of October and or beginning of November of each calendar year, where council essentially establishes committee appointments and organizes their council portfolios on an annual basis. So this is being, again, reviewed in preparation for the upcoming organizational meeting, which I believe is scheduled for October 28th, 2025. And again, every time we go through an organizational meeting, we also kind of recognize tweaks and adjustments that we can make. So we've tried to reflect that as well as reflect the current committee structure that council has. And what the requirements are for each of the council committees, as well as the external boards, agencies, and committees.
Only consideration I would have is not just to say the council adopt the nomination and election process policy. I would add what's on the policy that says policy organizational meeting dash election of council boards and committees. So it doesn't just have that nomination election process. I realize the policy has the full name, but I think it would.
I'll put that into the resolution here. And
I mean, I can make that motion. It's not a, okay, Councillor Hildebrandt, you're,
Yeah, I'll just make that motion that we clarify that language. Or make the motion for right now for the subject. Yeah.
I'm just drafting something here.
I'll wait impatiently.
yeah, I just think, I know it's inferred in the policy, but then we have the motion that reflects it.
Yeah, at first glance, it's confusion, or confusing at first glance.
Just to take the actual name of the policy, if I understand correct.
That's all.
Okay, so I can move that council adopt the nomination election policy, organizational meeting, election of council boards and committees as presented.
Okay, any comments or questions? Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, I just gotta check where we're going. Okay, so now we're going to bylaws. Yeah.
So bylaws are back to the consent.
Okay. So yeah, because we just had that 10 o'clock. Okay, let's, I think we can go to the consent agenda just so that we're following that. Yeah, I just failed to write that in there. So we'll go consent agenda, memos, request for decision, non-bylaw, and then bylaw. Okay, consent agenda, the reports, we'll start with the CAO report.
Yeah, so it'd be tough to summarize everything that's in the CAO report. But I did want to highlight a few things. Just the reintroduction of the roadside mowing map. We're on a second cut, and it was reintroduced now that we're on the second cut. We missed a month there because it was in between cuts. So it shows progress. It's where we were at, or recently at, not real time, but very recently where we're at with respect to progress of the second roadside mowing cut. And then in addition to that, I just wanted to highlight the continued active review of council policies, not only outlined in the CAO portion, specific CAO portion of the report, but also throughout the other departments as well. It's been made a priority based on, I would say, council direction over the last few years to review policies consistently. And it's just wanting to kind of recognize that with respect to staff, bringing it to, through myself, bringing it to council more actively and more regularly. So it has been a big undertaking to get it into a routine schedule. So I guess from a highlight perspective for the CAO report, I'm wanting to reference that, but am open to myself answering any questions as well as staff that are here doing our best to answer any other questions. If not, we can follow up if we don't have the answer right now.
Like on your report, you talked about bulk water stations update or changes. What would that all include?
That includes primarily an update of the software aspect of what they do, as well as enhancing or providing a point of sale capability at the actual stations. Again, to provide for easier access for users.
Yeah, that point of sale would be huge because
At the actual water.
because sometimes people go to fill up with water and they don't have enough credit.
Yep. So if it's on a weekend, it should work. Again, I say should because technology never seems to disappoint. But theoretically speaking, so long as the technology holds up, it should be available on a much more accessible basis than it is now.
Yeah, because over the years, I think that's been one of the bigger requests is to refine that a little bit. Does it involve any changes in filling of the trucks at all? Like
in terms of actual mechanical changes, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Thanks.
With regards to mowing and we all include spraying with it as well. My understanding is for the most part, we just move across the municipality from one part to the other. How do we deal with the contract work that we, small amounts of contract work we do either for AT or municipalities within the bounds of the MD?
Like when they ask us to do a certain area or something like
Yeah,
that.
like what is the prioritization between our own work and the contract work?
Well, my understanding is typically our first cut is priority. Again, from a practice perspective, I don't know if that's codified in policy or anything. So I don't know for sure from a policy perspective, but otherwise they just try to work it into I guess their work programs, but I'll let Corey speak to that in more detail.
But I understand there's a difference between the policy and practicality must mesh somehow.
Yep. Can you speak to how you implement it operationally?
Yeah, operationally for mowing, we mow AT's highways, their second cut, all their secondary highways. We send one mower to complete all that mowing at the start of our second cut. Once they're done, that mower gets back into rotation with the rest of our mowers.
Thank you.
Councilor Takeda.
So is that practice identified in a level of service or a policy? And if it isn't, is it something that maybe should be added in the future so there's a clearer understanding of what the expectations are?
To the first question, I'm not sure. To the second question, of course, it would be a natural discussion. When council gets to the point of doing like a core service review or that kind of thing. We have not gotten to that point yet.
So would it require a motion to then put that on the list for discussion, or will that be captured in what I've added today?
You can, if you want to formalize it in a motion.
But
that would
that's,
be
I mean, that's up to admin. If administration's confident that it'll be added, then I don't need to make the motion.
I think it would be added. I would say make the motion if you
Okay.
want to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks.
I'll make that motion now then that I don't know if this is the place for it, but it's fresh in my mind right now. That make the motion that we had a discussion on levels of service and mowing and the policy around that when it comes to working with other jurisdictions within the municipality. To a future discussion on level of service.
Okay, Councilor Churkato has put forward a motion. We'll just give admin a moment to formulate it.
does that reflect what?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, the motion reads that council have future discussions regarding levels of service related to mowing operations and review the affiliated policy as it pertains to collaboration with other jurisdictions. Comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion's carried. Okay, Councillor Harris.
Just, but back to the question of, does Volker do any mowing of their own, or are we doing all of their mowing? Like, I've seen our guys out on 864, I've seen our guys out doing those, but does Volker do any mowing at all? Quick.
Yeah, they do all the primary highways. So
Just doing three numbered highways?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe some of our past discussion, like with respect to AT's right of ways, they rely a fair bit on hay cutting. And when those can't be fulfilled, then they engage their services or contracted services. So.
Other questions related to the CAO report? Okay, we will continue down to councillor reports. There's been a lot going on between the last time we made a report, but I think the highlight was that we had MP David Bexty visit the MD of Taber. We had an opportunity to have in-depth discussions, bring forward what our concerns were, and ask if he can help us advocate when we have federal items, knowing there has been a change with how that has gone. He attended Cornfest, so he was quick to locate counselors and have a chat with them. So we're starting to build a strong relationship with him. There's been a number of other things that have gone on. I'll answer any questions, but having MP Bexty in our office was very beneficial. Okay, I'll move to Deputy Reeve de Groot.
I didn't have too much on my report because I've been gone the last 20 some days. But if there's any questions on anything, just fire away.
To Councillor Clausen.
I don't have a whole lot further to add than what is presented there, but I'll take any questions if there are any.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
Apologize for not getting it in again. I hope that everybody participated in the online survey regarding the airport revitalization or modernization. The open house was held last week and we had lots of interest in what's going on out there and lots of just open, good discussion on what people would like to see happen out at the airport. Community garden for the most part is wrapped up for the year, and I don't have a number of pounds of produce delivered, but I should have that perhaps for the next meeting. Highway 3, not Highway 3. The regional drainage project, the phase 2A, which is north of the railroad tracks to the Taber Lake, has been put out to tender. Should have that by the end of the month, and it'll be brought to the October council meeting for approval. The CPKC, the Canadian Pacific Kansas City portion of the rail portion is going to be put out to tender by the end of September or by the end of this week, Arlos?
I would suggest end of September, early October.
Okay. I know they're still working out some details there. We're working with Alberta Transport to use their detour around the site that was done, or their paving site, because the shoe fly will actually be brought into the Burrow Pit, the municipal right of way. We just want to get the traffic as far away from the railway when it's brought into the ditch as possible, so that traffic doesn't have a train coming right beside them. So that they're working with Alberta Transport to be able to use their detour while that portion of the project is done, as long as the tender comes back acceptable for that work. And that's really about all I have.
Any questions for Councillor Harris? Councillor Turcado.
So my report is there. And if anyone has any questions, I'm willing to answer them. I think I did this last time, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to give kudos to municipal staff as well as Town of Taber staff for the help that they provide, and they seem to be providing more help every year when it comes to set up for Cornfest and Takedown and moving barricades during the parade and things like that. It's without the two municipalities helping in Cornfest, it would be very reliant on volunteers that are getting fewer and farther to find. So again, my appreciation to both Public Works staff, Parks, for the MD of Taber. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have one other thing to add. I have the opportunity, I will be going to Japan on behalf of South Grow and Invest Alberta. It's a trade mission to Japan. October 14th to the 17th is when the conference is. It's High Japan, it's called. It's food and seeds and the grains and seeds that are used in the food industry as well. So it's an opportunity that we've been provided through the committee that I sit on with South Grow through Invest Alberta.
I think that's quite an advantage for MD of Taber to have one of their executive be also from our municipality. So should be a good trade mission. There's a number of private and public entities going, or just those two?
Yes, there's a number of commodity groups, larger ones from Canada as well that are going, some Alberta-based commodity groups. And then we will be representing a lot of the commodity groups who've got information to share. They've been coordinating and getting information from most of the commodity groups in Southern Alberta. And so that will be something that will also be added as information that we will have to share with attendees there. And we've been provided admission to these, to this. So Invest Alberta has a lady that's been with the Alberta government for 28 years who lives in Japan. And she's been really good to deal with, and she's the one that's getting us access to this conference.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Turcado? Councillor Reynolds?
Yeah, my report is there if anybody has any questions. The community standards report was in the CSO report. That's the only thing else to add, unless anybody has any questions.
And Councillor Hildebrand.
Grassy Lake, I was going to say the Grassy Lake Recreation Board is going to be happy to see some relief on the administrative load they have for some of the minor maintenance around. So that's been something that they've brought forward to me. The other handy bus, kind of a big move for the Handy Bus Association is last meeting the board authorized the manager to order the new bus. They have the funds in reserve, so they are not going to be asking for a bump up to do that. They've been managing their funds very well, and they have the capacity to order the new bus, and so the manager will be doing that.
So are they repurposing the old bus, or are they selling it, or what are they doing with that bus?
The time frame for receiving the new bus is a minimum of 14 months, so 14 or 15 months from the order date. So to determine that far ahead might be a little bit presumptuous, but they will keep the existing bus running as safely and reliably as it has been for the last 5 years, and the determination will be made once the new bus has arrived.
Just to add to my report, 21,300 pounds of produce was was harvested off the garden this year for the food bank.
Yeah, and it should be noted that produce helps our area, but goes all across Alberta. So, and with the benefit of volunteer trucking company and the amount of volunteers is extraordinary, from expert farmers, ICI, different businesses. If you ever have a chance to go to the garden, even tonight, they're putting the irrigation away, and I think they're expecting 30 people. And Councillor Harris has been very instrumental in the success of that garden. Okay, yes.
So hopefully, upon your retirement, Meryl, you'll continue to help out at the garden. I hope it's not reliant on you being a counselor.
I'm gonna have somebody do the land prep and seeding next year because I'm gonna be in Europe. But it will get done. It will get done somehow.
Thanks for your service, Meryl.
Mhm. All right, any other questions on the CA report or a counselor report or any additions? So we have no correspondence, we have no other, any requests for exemptions? So hearing none, I would ask for a motion to receive the consent agenda.
I can give that motion.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, memos, meetings, and events. It's a little bit slim right now because knowing we have an election, but we do have this Thursday, Coffee with Council, 7 o'clock in Hayes. So if you can make it, that would be great. And then for those who are going to the ASB conference, that's probably all been managed through our ASB committee. So hopefully you've done what's needed there. And then RMA will be for an upcoming council. Is there anything that we, yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Like to add the Tabor Pheasant Festival banquet on October 23rd.
Thank you. Yeah, if we can get that penciled in for the new council, that would be good.
Read Mianega.
Yes.
There is, with respect to, we do have a request. And it's okay if the request is no at this point, if the answer is no, but we do have a request out to, from the commanding officer of K Division.
Right.
Of Alberta, RCMP Alberta, to see if we want to connect with them on any policy matters or issues at the upcoming RMA. I recognize it'll be new council, but they have a deadline for us to respond by, which is Friday, so.
Okay, well, we know Councillor Turcato and Councillor Reynolds will be here, so we'll turn to them to see if they think we should pursue this meeting.
So for me, with the possibility of, well, there's going to be at least 3 new, making a determination as to a no might be premature. So I would say we'll accept that invitation. That'd be my suggestion, that we accept that, to allow at least 3 members of new councillors have that opportunity.
Okay, so from a discussion topic perspective, we could just highlight initial introductions of a new council, and then if there's anything in addition, we can add it when they come. Is that fair? Is that okay with?
It works for me, but it shouldn't be my decision alone.
Councillor Reynolds?
No, I think it'd be a good idea to do that.
There will be another event that we just got yesterday, connected to FCSS. You might have seen it through your schedules or calendars. If you haven't, it will be today, October 2nd, I believe, with respect to, I don't know if it's politically correct to say it, but it was on the invite, so an older person's engagement, so.
Are you inviting me? Because I'm not going.
No, it will be coming your way with, and it's
Chantel, you're out.
It's with respect. No, it's not for that.
I know, but if you rewind what you just said,
it's with
you'll
it's
older
with respect
persons.
with respect to FCSS.
Sure. No, that sounds good. Okay, thank you. So yes, so Councillor Turcado has, and with Councillor Reynolds' support, encouraged to have the meeting with the RCMP at RMA. Okay, is there anything else on upcoming meetings and events? Okay, with that, a motion to receive those.
And receive the upcoming meetings and events.
Thank you. Those in favor? Good. Okay, we're going now into request for decision 9 non-bylaw. The Scope Reservoir Joint Project, BRAD and MDT. As I did with the land management grazing leases, I want to acknowledge that today we did have people make public presentations on their concerns or comments on the project, and we appreciate them taking the time to come. So I'll turn that back now to Arliss.
Okay, I think just for sake of me babbling, I'll just read some of the summary of key points with respect to the proposed project. That's before council. Specific to this request for decision, there's, I guess, two directions being sought or being put for consideration by council. One is approval of the proposed project agreement, and the other one is to look at carrying out an auction process before the end of the year as it relates to the 2027 crop year, once the project has been completed. That being said, just with respect to the summary of key points, I'll reference it here. The proposed Scope Reservoir Joint Project has presented itself as a unique partnership opportunity between the MD of Taber and the Bow River Irrigation District. The project presented itself in the midst of the municipality working through its land management plan and strategy as a potential balanced option. While it is somewhat imbalanced because we're only talking about 3,100 acres in comparison to the overall 82,000 acres of the land holdings, we can refer to it, I guess, as balanced to generate viable alternative funding for essential municipal infrastructure and services that can benefit the whole of the community. The noted unique aspect of the project is that it will put to use irrigation water from the Bow River Irrigation District system coupled with this area of land. 24 quarter sections being the only significant additional area referenced in attachment B of privately owned lands owned by the municipal district of Taber that could be irrigated downstream of the reservoir, and thus lends itself well for the proposed project as it will make valuable use of excess water in the reservoir instead of spilling it. The MD of Taber as the landowner is responsible for managing its lands within the current designated land use, rural agriculture. The project and partnership principles being achieved within the proposed agreement are as follows. The MD of Taber retaining ownership of its lands, comprising the project lands. The BRID providing annual agreements to allow irrigation of the lands. The BRID and the MD will share all project development, operation, and maintenance costs unless otherwise noted within the agreement, and all rental funding and revenue on a 50-50 basis. The agreement is also intended to be unattractive / difficult for either party to unilaterally withdraw from the project to better ensure a long-term viable partnership. Yeah, so that outlines kind of the key concept and principles that has been presented to council, not only by administration but by BRID, as well as ongoing, I guess, communications that council has had with BRID. Under the background section here, it references the resolutions that council's made in open council meeting on the project. And then as far as when you look under the rationale for recommendation section of the RFD, it also references under consultation another resolution that council had made in terms of giving notice to current leaseholders of those lands. So with respect to budget and resource implications, the MD of Taber has incorporated the proposed project into its draft 2026 capital budget, with the MD of Taber's cost share estimated at approximately $5.5 to $6 million. Again, estimated. It is proposed that the majority of funding for the irrigation project be accessed through loan / debenture, with a term no longer than 15 years, in an effort to ensure that the loan or debenture is not property tax supported. The forecasted annual rental revenue is estimated as follows. Again, this is estimated. Once an auctions take place, the project would be in a better position to speak to more certainty as it relates to estimated revenue. At the lower end, $400 per acre, totaling approximately $1.3 million in annual revenue estimate, shared with the project partner being BRID, and on the higher end, $800 per acre, totaling $2.6 million in annual rent revenue estimate, again shared with project partner BRD. And I guess I'll do my best to speak to any questions council might have. The draft agreement that is before council and part of this request for decision has been drafted and vetted by legal counsels. So.
Okay, council will take any comments or questions. Starting with Councillor Turcado.
So we've seen lots of opposition to this project. I think it's very important to understand that this is a balanced approach, very balanced. This represents only 4.5% of the grazing lease owned by the MD of Taber. We currently receive $266 a year in rental income off of these lands. What we're looking at here is if you use the middle ground at $600 an acre, I mean $936,000 annually as our rental return. Just important to understand is also another point. This is deeded land. So if the environmental groups and whoever's opposing this is successful in stopping this, it's a real concern for property rights for everyone.
Okay, other comments or questions? Deputy Reeve.
I've had concerns. I agree. This morning there was a lot of concerns brought up. My biggest concerns is I would like to see a document that says this is basically a right to this water. We go into this faster than what we do when we buy graders for the municipality. We have more discussion. I'm concerned with the legal action, and I am concerned with the amount of water that would be available maybe 10 years, 20 years down the road. If it's a terminal water right, and we have irrigators that get their water restricted, what is going to be the impact to this project? I'm sold on the project, but I have too many questions to vote in favor of this at this rate we're going. This is not only from myself, but people in my district. And I've asked this to Richard Phillips, and he says there's plenty of water, but where's the documentation to say that these 24 quarters will have water if the entire BRID is restricted, or if the government comes up with some concerns that our ratepayers brought up this morning. That puts a red flag up for me.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Harris.
For the most part, very in favor of this project, based on the revenue that we could be generating for the municipality as a whole. It's very enticing to generate between 1.3 and $2.6 million, half of which would be ours, I'm assuming, and versus the $266 that we're getting off this land right now. But I'm just wondering if we need to just pause for a little bit to better understand our responsibilities regarding this South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Land Stewardship Act, and to find out if carbon credits and conservation easements will generate an equivalent amount or somewhat of an amount of revenue for the MD of Taber. You know, whether we do it for the 2027 growing season or the 2028 growing season, I don't think it really makes that much difference other than the amount of money we wouldn't have generated in that period of time. But I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can responsibly and legally, and that all the affected residents, and I think all 7,800 or whatever of residents we have understand what we're doing. I don't think that we've been, purposely we had to be a little bit behind the scenes of what we were doing. But now that we've made the decisions to move forward and move this project forward, I think that we also owe it to our residents to give them a full understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I would be prepared to pause just long enough to do those things, to make sure we're doing everything responsibly and our citizens know what we're doing and why.
Okay. Other comments from members of council?
I think we need to keep on going with this. The revenue stream is one side of it as well. The security of the water, these are terminable rights. It is spill water, and that water is derived. We've ensured it's derived from from water that can't be recaptured otherwise. And because it is a partnership, the MD of Taber is not the only one that is dealing with that. It is our partner as well. So I think that somewhat mitigates our risk. Putting a pause on it, I think, puts a risk in the completion of the project, and would cast some shadow on the reliability of the MD of Taber as a partner. So I think, in my view, we should carry on and proceed with the project as scheduled.
My understanding of the information we got from BRID is correct. They provided us, I believe, with 20 years of data that showed they were spilling anywhere from between 6,000 and 10,000 acre feet annually that couldn't be used for anything else. So there's 20 years of data that says that this is spill water. And so we have to take the experts at their word, and that's BRID. So the idea that there's not going to be enough water, I think, is premature.
When this opportunity came to the MD of Taber, the biggest point that it addressed was that it found an alternative fund for the MD of Taber, and it was 4.2%, 4.5, I guess, if we round up, of the full amount of land that we owe. If we are going to question the offer that was put forward to us, we went through it in detail and we pushed hard so that it was 50-50, that they were going to be part of the road building, helping with the development. They owned the water. We have on a weekly basis received requests to purchase land. We felt that this provided a project that was a constant, continuous revenue source, recognizing there's terminable water rights. And, so the leasee will know there could be a chance there's not water. And I have respect for the BRID in how they operate. This seemed like an alternative solution to generating revenue. This council was very clear that we did not want to use taxpayer dollars, that we wanted to take out the loan, which is why the loan bylaw is out there, so that the proceeds from the project can pay for the debenture payments. And in the long run, we have an opportunity to raise funds. 2017, the MD of Tabor went involved in the BRAD water rights bidding that was open to the public. And we were successful, and we were going to bid or put water on our cultivated lands. The council of that day chose not to proceed. We left millions on the table right at that time. We walked away from millions, even if we would have sold it the next day. So when I heard councillors say, well, people said you made a dumb decision or a bad decision, I had calls for weeks that we left money on the table. This is an opportunity that the MD of Tabor residents aren't going to be purchasing the water rights. BRAD has data that they said this water is spilled, and it provides us an opportunity to make that land more productive. Whether it stays in grass and it's watered, there's other options. Someone came to me and said, why don't you, on these 24 quarters, fence off in between each quarter? You'll be able to have so many cows. I don't want to give the number because I am not a cow-calf person. But it doesn't eliminate the option to have cow-calf there. You can keep the grass. It won't be convenient for row crop, but there is options. I feel if we don't move forward with this project, this time we're not just leaving millions on the table. It will be a much higher number. Take any other comments from any member of council who may want to address this project. Okay, if no one else has any comments or questions, administration, just before I go to a motion, does administration want to have any comment, or do you feel you've?
I think under the rationale.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I'll make the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approve the proposed Scope Reservoir joint venture agreement with the Bull River Irrigation District as outlined in attachment A, and further authorize the Reeve and Chief Administrative Officer to execute said agreement.
All right. Any questions or comments on the motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. There's a next motion.
I can move that the Municipal District of Tabor authorize an auction process with respect to the Scope Reservoir Joint Venture Project to be held before the end of the calendar year 2025, and further that said auction be conducted in accordance with Bull River Irrigation District past process for similar projects.
Any comments or questions? Should be noted that at Committee of the Whole, this was discussed by council that we would follow those terms. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, it is 12:07, so I propose we take a recess till 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we have a delegation from Explore Inc. And then we'll continue with the agenda. Just when Lace tells us we're good. So we'll reconvene the September 23rd, 2025 MD of Tabor regular council meeting. First on the agenda is Explore Inc. at 1 o'clock. So we'll just do a quick introduction so you're aware of who we are.
John DeGroot, Counselor for Division 5, that's Hayes Northeast Vauxhall.
John Trichetto, Counselor for Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Tamara Munega, Counselor for Division 4, which is Tabor north to the Oldman River.
Chantal Clausen, Counselor for Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Murray Reynolds, Counselor for Inchan area, Division 6.
Merrill Harris, Counselor Division 1, which is Tabor West.
Melissa Greco, Senior Manager of Government Relations with Explore.
And my name is Farouk, Senior Deployment Manager for the Alberta build that we're doing across Alberta.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to our administration who will introduce the subject and then pass it back to you.
So Explore Incorporated had submitted a request for delegation with council, and followed through with that process and provided the attached presentation to share with council before we kind of pass the microphone to Explore representative. So I'll just have Bryce, our Director of Community Service, just reference kind of some preliminary feedback that administration had provided to Explore after some previous communications that had taken place. Yeah, and I'll let him outline that, and then we'll pass the torch to Melissa and Rafuk.
Sorry, cut you off, Arliss. Yep. So just as a bit of a summary of some of the information, we've been communicating back and forth with Explore just to try to highlight some of the topics that were outlined by council and in the past as far as access agreements for municipal right-of-way access. And so we did share some of the concerns or some of the discussion that was had primarily around access to higher speeds and options in the community. So whether that be for the residential community, the business community, or the enterprise user community. And so we just wanted to make sure that we should share that. There were some questions around trying to bring more information to the table as far as what could be offered to the community. Also with regards to the agreements, that it was really that we had, that wasn't our normal practice, was to enter into an agreement, prior to actually, having a draft to consider as a municipality. And then the utility type agreement was one of the other discussions, just around the fact that under our broadband as a telecommunication service, we've established broadband or fiber broadband as a basic service. And so we just grouped that into the utility grouping and said that it essentially acts like a utility as an essential service. And so we wanted to make sure that they understood that we had expected that we would see an agreement that would represent that. And then essentially sharing some of the connection points that we had highlighted in previous broadband studies that we had done around connectivity to municipal properties. And so looking at our operations shop that I guess that were within the project scope area. So our municipal operations, some of the sites that we had highlighted for future connectivity, major subdivisions were the Johnson's Addition, Purple Springs, Grassy Lake, Grasslands Estates, Huckleberry Estates, Horseshoe Estates, Country Lane Estates, and Lakeview Estates as being just within that area, and just wanted to make sure that, part of that discussion was communicated to them as well. So I think I'll just leave it at that, but I'll just, we'll let them carry on in their presentation. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for allowing us to come to present to you guys. We have some really exciting updates to provide you. Just you? Okay. So I wish we had to come, at the beginning of the spring when we had this plan in place, but now that we're here, we are excited to share with you what we're up to. So I'll just go through a bit of who we are as a company, what the Universal Broadband Fund is, and how we're hoping to work with you to expedite this build. So Explore is Canada's leading rural broadband provider. We started in New Brunswick. We've always had a focus on rural connectivity. You won't find us in downtown Edmonton or Calgary. We've always focused on rural connectivity. That's where our roots are. We're excellent at building these networks. We've invested $2 billion into our own national network. And we've also had additional funds that have been contributed, but via the federal government and the provincial government to expand our own network. We serve 300,000 residential customers across Canada. And our team that's unique to us, which we're very proud of, is all of our employees are Canadian. All of our call centers are in Canada. We employ 1,100 employees across Canada. We have dealers across the country. So we actually have installers that are in, technicians that are in the local towns that come out to the houses to connect the router and things like that. So that way you're not just getting a box sent to you to connect your own router. We have technicians that actually come and install all of our equipment. Can I just go to the next slide? Sorry. So the Universal Broadband Fund, if you're not aware, it's a joint federal provincial initiative with the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta. And in my role, I work closely with the Government of Alberta to see this program come to fruition. It's a combined contribution of $780 million from both governments. And this is with the goal of connecting everybody by 2030 to 5010, which is essentially the minimum that you would need to have high-speed internet. To apply to this program, it was open to any Canadian entity. You needed to show that you had the ability to design, build, and run a broadband infrastructure. So we participated in a number of these programs, and we were awarded 2 different streams of them. So we have our fixed wireless program, and that has a completion date of December 31st, 2026. And then we'll have our fiber to the home program, and the completion date for that is March 31st, 2027. So under our fiber program, this is the best technology in terms of internet that you could possibly get. It's the fastest speeds, the most reliable. So you're getting gigabit speeds. So this is just to show you essentially what the packages are. It's unlimited data, and the pricing is based on urban pricing. So it's extremely competitive. And then we also have our fixed wireless program package, and that would be fiber-like speeds, so up to 500 megs. So this is what Xplore was awarded under our UBF program for Alberta as a whole. So under the Alberta program, we'll be connecting 8,800 homes with fiber to the home, and that's about a 1,400 kilometer build that we're doing across the province. And the completion date of that would be March 2027. So as this would relate to the MD of Taber, under this program specifically, we'd be connecting 995 premises with fiber to the home. So you can see there on the map, it's a blown out map. We have a bit more detailed maps in the following slides to come. So sorry, can I just go back quickly? So this essentially is the government has identified underserved homes. So they essentially said to us, this is where these underserved homes are, and this is where we will provide funding for you to bring connectivity to. So these are some of the areas that we'll be bringing fiber to the home in the MD of Taber. So Bryce had mentioned a number of these subdivisions that you were interested in. And so we will be providing connectivity under this program to all of those subdivisions. And if you look in there, you can see where some of the fiber will be running along the roads. So we also have our fixed wireless program that will also be in Taber. You can see on that map here, so let me just go to the other side first. So under this program, we'll be connecting 383 premises through to our wireless, our fixed wireless. So you can see here, there's 2 purple dots and then 1 green dot. So our 2 purple dots are existing towers that we already have. So as part of the program, we've already upgraded those towers to provide the 500 meg connectivity. The green dot is a new tower that we'd be looking to, our real estate team is looking at areas where we could put that tower, and that essentially is to provide capacity for these homes. So this is an overlay of our fixed wireless coverage. So when I looked at this, I went back to our fixed wireless team and asked, why are we proposing to put in a new tower? It looks like we have a ton of coverage here, and this coverage is 500 megs, so fiber-like speeds, and it would be purely for capacity. So each tower can service about 2 to 250 premises. So we would be looking to add an additional tower at some point. So in conclusion, we'll be providing high-speed coverage to 1378 prems in the MD of Taber. Now that, and just as a keynote, that's under the program, the UBF program. We'll be expanding upon that build as we grow, but in terms of meeting these deadlines, these are the homes that we need to connect by by March 31st, 2027. In addition to those homes, we'll be connecting a number of the municipal buildings that Bryce and Arlos flagged for us, so you can see those listed there, and then as well as the additional subdivisions. So if you have any technical questions, that would be Farouk.
That's why I'm here. So I just wanted to add to Melissa, very well put, and the overview. This is, as she mentioned, a federally and provincially funded program. So they subsidize part of the build for us to make it worthwhile for a company to be able to build here. So as part of the UBF program, is we could look at it in the internet, more details on that as well. But the main thing is, March 2027, we need to have this built, and Alberta, the season is very, very limited. So we only can build underground and plow in, between May long weekend until hopefully November or even earlier, right? So we have a very small window. We were hoping to get started this year. But as the windows basically finish, we're trying to get the approvals ready so we could do it next year and be able to build it in time from the government request or their requirement for it to build. Because after that, the program's finished and we won't be able to build it. And putting fiber and building underground is very expensive. Without the subsidy, we wouldn't be able to build this in Taber.
So my concern last time that this was presented to us is still valid, and that is the cost to the municipality for crossings and the cost to the municipality for relocating should we need to do a road construction or something like that. Those costs being borne by the taxpayers, I don't think are very beneficial.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. So the cost to do the crossings, like the permit costs, like you guys can charge us for the engineering design and whatever. There is a cost that you guys like we pay for permits basically. So that cost is covered. You guys let us know how much, what's reasonable, and we'll work with you guys, and that's a payment that we will do. The other cost of relocating, there's a CRTC schedule on costs that we have been we provide to every municipality, as you've seen that there's multiple municipalities that we're working with. And how it works is that initially the first 5 years is more towards the municipality because they give us the permits to go ahead, and if there's any changes, we should be notified beforehand so that we don't build and we don't have to relocate, right? And as the years go on, then it becomes Explorer's responsibility, where we would do all of the relocation. We do understand that you guys are not comfortable with the CRTC guideline, so we're working to figure out what we can do to make sure that you guys are covered and those costs don't come to you guys. So that's something that we've taken away already. We're working with our legal team to figure out, but yeah, that's all I'm doing.
A follow-up to that would be, so you're going to be for a lot of this is going to be accessed by private landowners. So is there a reason you haven't decided to go with private landowners to get right away or access to their lands instead of the municipalities? Because giving up the right of way is also a concern. Because if something like if we have to do let's say a potable or wastewater, you can't put those in the same right of way. So then we would be into a real challenge here in being able to use that right of way for what we need for municipal services. So that's where our concern lies. My concern lies as well, is if you haven't approached this with the landowners that are receiving the service, allowing you access as part of the agreement for them.
So there's a lot of landowners. It will be very difficult to get agreements for the kilometers of build that we're building to put fiber, right? We would have to go to every landowner and get permission. These builds are done all across Canada, and we're always in the utility right of way of the municipality or the city. So we didn't consider going in private land as it's never something that we would do.
Deputy Reeve?
Some of my questions are all different line. Is there any way we could put in extra strings for our benefit?
In extra string, sorry, like more fiber?
Yeah, more fiber.
Yeah, so we're trying to, so as Melissa mentioned, that right now we have a very short timeline and a very tight budget to be able to finish off what the government has provided us. So the main thing is to get the fiber to the backbone of Explorer in the community. And then the plan is phase 2. Every project happens in phases. The phase 2 would be to expand the network to provide like supply and demand, right? So the customer needs it, we would be expanding where we can, right? So we are building spares into the build already, but right now the timeline as March 2027 is a very short time to be able to build. So right now our focus is to make sure that we check off what the government's requirements are, so we could get the funding, and then phase 2, phase 3 will start after that.
Okay, and then we have an independent internet provider, and he uses my tower at my place to bounce off of. Would you work with an independent guy to provide him with fiber optics to help his customers, or you're just, that's total competition there?
I'm not sure how that works actually, to someone else using our backbone. Is that?
I'm not really sure, so we can take that away and get back to you though.
Mhm.
On that.
Usually because like, you know, TELUS and Rogers, sometimes there's like ISPs that are able to go off their network, and it's something that the government forces or requests like the ISPs. So I'm not exactly sure what the requirement is there, and you know, if they would be able to or not. But that's something we could take away.
Because yeah, that it's publicly funded, that if it helps more than just one company would.
Yeah, and it was so the UBF is a lot of companies bid for this. So Explorer is one of them, but there's a lot of companies that bid for these sections, and we were awarded these sections by the government. But there's other ISPs that are awarded other areas. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so there are a lot of businesses along Highway 3. That's something that would be an option potentially in phase 2 for them to participate?
For
And
sure.
capacity would be there?
Yeah, for sure. So we are actually, and Arlos already mentioned beforehand that that's, you know, something that you guys are very interested in. It wasn't part of the build, but we really do want to work with you guys, and so we have figured out a way to get that functionality and get the fiber over there. So like it's basically part of phase 1 now, and then phase 2 will come later.
Okay, and then my next question is, I see this is getting quite close to the MD Tabor campground. Would it be an option to maybe provide service down there?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure where that is.
It's actually just in the northwest corner of Tabor, of the town of Tabor, just outside the town of Tabor. And it you do cross right over the north boundary of it.
Somewhere over here. Okay, I mean the fiber is going really close there, so I don't see why that should be a problem. But then again, there's a different study that happens for phase 2 and phase 3 to see what customers are there, and you know, as a business, they have to make sense ROI wise, right? But it looks like we're really close, and I don't see why that wouldn't be part of it.
Yeah, and that's part of the MD of Tabor, so I think that would be an asset. It's been a challenge
Mm-hmm.
to get service down there, so if this is something that could potentially work, I think it's an opportunity.
Unfortunately, I can't guarantee any of the phase 2 or phase 3s, as that's another team that takes over. So the build that I am mandated by is what the government is building, and then phase 2, phase 3 comes by after. So I can't guarantee it. On the map, it does look that is possible.
So this map is not open to change. This is
Yeah, like the only Highway 3 is the only one that we could have added. That's something that we had to go back, and there's gonna be some money that we're gonna be putting in ourselves. But it's not something that we could do, and we're not doing for anybody else to expand on what the government has given us.
But we can take that away and see in what proximity it is to what we're currently building, and then give you a more accurate answer. So let me take that away, and I'll get back to you on that one.
I appreciate that.
Just a question on your line that's going down to Grassy Lake. Are you using Highway 3 right away there, or is it going to be in our right of way down some road?
Where's the Grassy Lake? Sorry, can you point it out?
Go up, right here.
Like the
Yeah.
that stretch there, is that in Alberta Transportation's right away, or is that?
This should be in the Alberta Transportation right away, from what it looks like.
And then, again, Barnwell West, is that as far as you intend to go? There's other roads that have a good population on them. 18.
Exactly, and
I think is a
highly
populated road.
For sure. So it's part of the phase 2, which like I don't have too much visibility right now.
Okay.
But if there's customers there, it just makes sense to build, right? Right now, we're just putting the infrastructure in that the government needs, and then we'll expand wherever there's customers. It is the plan.
And I don't know if you can answer this question or not. I mean, when you drill it down to the individual household, what's the cost going to be there? And maybe you can't answer that kind of question at this point in time. Like if what's the cost to get fiber to the home?
It's extremely competitive. It's comparable to urban prices. It's not more expensive because we're in rural. We're also mandated for specific pricing with our agreement with the government of Alberta. So I can get back to you on exactly what that pricing, the maximum pricing is, but I imagine we're actually going to be coming in less than what the maximum that's in our agreement.
So exactly. So from what I understand, the maximum is 120, but maybe Melissa could go and take that away. So 1 gigabyte speed, 120 is the maximum, and then of course we're bringing another service. Let's say if there is satellite or whatever internet available at the same location, then it's making it competitive, right? So it's gonna be cheaper for the municipality in the end of the day.
So you reference 120, Farouk? Does that mean $120?
$120, yeah. The maximum is, but I can't. I don't know the exact details on what the pricing is, but from what I've heard, it's 120 maximum.
And again, drilling it down to the individual level, how do you get the fiber from our ditch into the house? Like, what's the process of actually me accessing your fiber from my house?
What we would be doing is the houses that have been identified would have a flower pot, a small piece at the end of the property line, and then we would have conduit to that end, right? So when the customer requests the service, then we would be getting a consent from the private property to build the fiber, bring the fiber from the flower pot to the NID, which would be inside the house, basically. So that would be done all by us, and it's called like running a drop, basically. So we'd bring from the flower pot, that's at the property line, and we'll bring that fiber to the property line, NID, sorry.
If I can carry on one more. Okay, so you're asking to use our right-of-ways. And I think if I remember correctly, a meter off of into the right-of-way and a meter deep. Does that sound about right? Is that what was quoted us before?
Yeah.
As far as where you intend to have it?
Yeah, approximately. There might be some changes depending on what where the build is and where the other utilities are. But that that's around the ballpark. 1 meter deep is what we're gonna try to go. Some areas we have to go deeper. If we're crossing something, we have to directional drill. But most of it is going to be plow wherever we can, which is very inintrusive and very, very quick. So it shouldn't cause any long-term effects for right away.
Just ask one more question along Merrill's questioning as well, adding to it. So what would the cost of what you called running a drop be to the homeowner?
So there's no cost associated with it, depending on how far though the drop is. So if it's a very far property from the property line, there might be a cost, which I'm not sure, but like usually there's no cost. It's just something the Explorer would pay for it, based on the service that they get. So that's built in.
Thank you. My question is this the same proposal and agreement that is used in other municipalities in Alberta? And could you just cite one of those as an example?
Yeah, so we're building, there's a map, maybe if you could bring up the Alberta one, but we're building in areas like Ardrossan, Strathcona County is another one, Parkland County. That's happening already right now, and then there's more builds that are going in 2026, which is Pigeon Lake, and this is exactly the same agreement that that's given to everybody else. Yeah, like we usually, like even the Highway 3 corridor is not something that we usually add or is possible for us to add. It's basically whatever the government has given us, and this is what we're going to build. Yeah, same proposal, same relocation schedule, cost relocation schedule from the CRTC. And the one thing is that our like the stakeholders for this is the government of Alberta, like the provincial and the federal government. If we're not able to build this, then like they are going to be involved as well, right? Because it's their build that we're doing. So it's not just up to us that we can't build. We have to tell the government that we're descoping this area, and then there's a $8 million investment to do this build. So they would have to, like all the other municipalities, we haven't had any issue.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for admin then. So do you see this as normal practice, normal costs that would provide fiber to our ratepayers? Like, do you have any concerns or worries that we're going in a direction that isn't good for the municipality?
I think on a very general level, the opportunity to enhance fiber and broadband access for any municipality, including this one, is a positive opportunity, a good opportunity. As a result of the proposed build, it would make right-of-ways busier, but that's just a kind of a given. If you're servicing something, you have a busier right-of-way. I think it's overall a good project, especially for those that it's servicing. Even more so if Explore can deliver with respect to the Highway 3 corridor as it relates to commercial endeavors. I think that's where, personally, again, more of the benefit would lie in the future for the MD of Taber.
Is there limiting factors that you can see in this project, or only benefits?
Well, there's benefits, but with that comes some risks, just like any project.
Okay.
Is this ran in conduit, in its entirety?
Yes. Yes, it's ran in conduit up until the flower pot of the property line. After that, it might be just a direct buried fiber from there, or it might be a small conduit.
Sorry, need to drill down again. The picture of Grassy Lake that I've got in front of me here. If you want to bring that up, Carlos, it's sorry. Here.
I think it's the 6 pictures.
Fiber to the home.
And
Yeah,
it's
there we
slide
go.
8.
And I'm
Yeah,
focused. I just brought up, enlarged that one there.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, I mean, it looks like you're using the streets here.
Mhm.
Again, without ripping up streets and people's yards, how do you bury this stuff? How do you put your infrastructure in without wrecking roads and people's yards? Is it, I mean, I can't see you putting it in with a plow. Is it gonna be directional drilled? Like, I'm, again, I'm not against this one bit. I just wanna make sure that people's yards and our roads aren't wrecked, putting in your infrastructure.
No, 100%. And like, you know, this is not a unique build. Like we're doing this across, we have been doing this across for years, right? And so is Rogers and ISP is the same exact methodology that they would use. It's very inintrusive, and we will leave what we touch better than what it is our mandate, right? There is also, like, you know, a deposit that potentially we get, like, you know, if you guys need it, we could give that, you know, you guys hold as well. That's another option, but like we're gonna leave it better than what it is the plan. Wherever we could go aerial, we try to go aerial. So if there's 4 dispoles, we try to utilize those because it's a lot cheaper for us to go aerial versus underground. But where there's no poles or there's poles that we can't utilize, that's where we would go underground.
I don't see on this map, there's a new subdivision going in Grassy Lake as we speak. Is that gonna be accessed as well in Grassy?
I'm not
That's a good
sure.
question. So this is why these kind of meetings are so like beneficial to us as well, right? So we can get the feedback from you to let us know, you know, this area might not be flagged on your end, but it's something that's coming. And so that's certainly something as it relates to this program specifically right now, the guidelines that we have from the province and the deadlines, it would just be what we have on the screen here today. But if there is something else that's going in, we'll absolutely take that back to our team and say this is something that we should consider for phase 2.
Mm-hmm. And just to add to that, like we want to build as much as possible that would have been under the government mandate, right? So the government has a mandate that everyone in Canada should have at least 50 megabytes of speed, and they identified the spots for us, and they basically built the high level design for us, right? So right now, whatever you see is something that, you know, to appease the government's build by March 2027. The minimum we could do to appease that build, right? After that is when phase 2 comes in, and that is not shown in here. We don't have that information yet.
I think the reluctance at the time was this slide is not in this presentation, but was that if a ratepayer or the MD needed to move the fiber, that there was quite a onerous cost.
Mm-hmm. And yes, there is a cost involved in relocation based on the CRT schedule. But you know, like there's some, so the initial years are where you guys would have probably the issues with, because a lot of it is on the MD to fund to change, and we could work with you guys to make sure that, you know, it's a fair or it works for you guys as well, right? So let's say the first 5 years, if it's very expensive, that's something that, you know, our legal team is working on, and Arlos has already mentioned that is the problem. So we could do what we can, and we could present you guys a view of what's possible. On the same end, it's something that's governed by something that the schedule that's given by the CRTC to make it fair for every party involved, so that, you know, we don't put in really expensive infrastructure and then it gets moved, and then we would have to pay the cost, right? So if there is, let's say Highway 3 is expanding, you know, you guys could identify it to us on the ULA that is going to expand, and, you know, that cost you guys will have to. So yeah, like it's just to keep both parties safe is why the CRTC has demanded that.
The photo you have of Purple Springs is actually Grassy Lake again.
Oh.
Okay, I'll share that with you guys.
Okay. Apologies.
We absolutely are going to Purple Springs. I'll share that with you.
So you came today on the agenda. We hadn't made progress before. Arlos, could you speak to what next steps are for possible consideration?
I think next steps would be to take into consideration council's feedback and somehow formalize, at least in some element of writing, an expectation that we can expect from not only Explore, but the MD of Tabor with respect to municipal access, and then make initial decisions based on that. As far as today's presentation, it's totally up to council, but I would suggest you receive it, and if you want to see forward momentum, kind of give that general direction to administration, and we can go on that basis.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to what the difference is from Fincastle East in Alberta Transportation allowing you to use that right away and not allowing it all the way back to Tabor and using Alberta Transportation's right away, because that's currently being twinned as well there. So I'm just curious as to why, or do you know?
So we try to use Alberta transportation where we can, right? So based on the design, I'm not exactly, I don't know exactly which area you're talking about. I'll have to look into the design.
So you see where it says Fincastle, it's kind of cut off by the where it joins Highway 3 right away. So I'm wondering why it can't.
We didn't just
extend
continue?
on Highway 3 to the west, all the way to Tabor, and then that would just provide us with more access for business along there as well.
So that would be because based on what the government highlighted on which areas they need to pick, we would have to build on that, right? So if we're not following right straight down, that would be a reason where we had to pick up houses that are on the top. That's only because that would be a simpler build, just to go across.
Maybe just in further response to Councillor Turcado's question, and Explore can confirm if I understand it correctly or not. Because I believe Farouk has mentioned it a few times in their presentation, but what we see in this graphic here, this map here, is what the UBF project has mandated, and that is rooted in residential customers. And when it comes to, so I think it's just through coincidence that they can utilize, again, I don't want to speak for anybody out of turn, but they can utilize that portion of Highway 3 right of way to get to the residential customers in Purple Springs and Grassy Lake. And then anything with respect to other future highway development with respect to fiber access and Explore would be additional build by Explore. Is that correct? Outside of the UBF parameters.
Exactly, yeah. The government is considering residential customers, not business customers. And actually, I wanted to add one thing is that the 120 that I mentioned, I'm not sure about the business, like because business have different criteria where they have to have like continuous service and requirements. So just to clear, I'm talking about the residential. So I'm not exactly sure about the business.
Right. The focus of this presentation is with respect to the residential service.
Mhm.
And then the value add comes with Explore investment for Highway 3 corridor business servicing.
Exactly. We're going to expand based on phase 2, phase 3. It's already being considered.
Yeah.
Engineering's looking at it, but I don't have any information yet until it's finalized.
So if my memory serves me correctly, this is expanded from the last presentation we received. We didn't have this many areas identified, I don't think. Is that right?
So the list that you guys gave with like the other diagrams, we looked into it and we saw how much it would require for us to build. So a lot of them we're already going there, right? So we're not expanding our area. Other than the highway build, which is going to be a little bit of work, the other ones are not too far that it's a substantial issue for us to service.
Okay,
And like I asked earlier, those extra fibers that you're putting in, that's for phase 2 for the commercial?
Just
Or-
wherever we see, so residential
Okay.
and commercial.
Okay.
Is
So you're
where we-
prepared for that?
Exactly, yeah, because it becomes expensive if like we want to expand and we want to go back. So that's something that engineering is building into the design, spares on where they think that there's going to be expansion.
okay. So with that, different level of understanding, are we prepared to make a motion to have admin further investigate and come back with a proposed agreement? I'm not sure of the wording,
I
Arliss.
think that should, a proposed agreement that would incorporate council feedback. Council
Okay.
feedback up to this point, I think would be
Okay,
my suggestion,
okay,
if council wants to see
yep.
for a moment.
I can move that.
Okay, Counselor Clausen, so we'll just wait for Arliss to quickly get that up.
Well, you're looking at a 27 build, right? Sorry, 26 build, sorry.
Yeah, it would be 2026 build. It's going to be difficult to build right now. We are concerned about the time, so if there's anything that we could build, maybe potentially we could try to do 2025. But it's unlikely. The contractors kind of moved on to Milk River, and that's where they're building.
Sorry, the window is more or less closed. For
Yeah.
25.
For this year.
2025.
Yeah.
So the motion reads that the Municipal District of Tabor accept the presentation from ExploreNet and direct administration to draft a proposed agreement that reflects council's feedback provided to date. Does it need to say Explore Inc.? Yeah, I just think that's what was on our,
Could that read maybe perhaps, or consider perhaps, develop a proposed agreement?
yeah, I
instead of-
think that would be better because that sort of insinuates. Are you okay with that, Counselor Clausen? Yeah, so just Explore Inc. is all. I know that's just.
Exploring.
Yeah, there was a name change from ExploreNet to Explore.
The motion reads that the Municipal District of Tabor accept the presentation from Explore Inc. and direct administration to develop a proposed agreement that reflects council's feedback to date. Any further questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for taking the time to come in and thank you for working with our staff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just a question, any of the follow-ups, should I just send all the responses to Arliss and Bryce?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So I'll get you all that information.
We won't know how to help you.
Thank you so much for your time. We
Really appreciate
it.
your help. Thank you.
All right, we're moving to continue on the agenda, which is still in request for decision 9 non-bylaw. We're at the donation request application.
Thank you, Reeve. So I'll have our Director of Community Services outline the two applications that have been submitted for this council meeting. One with respect to Fitting Edge Society, that is a junior clinic and stock show event, as well as a Barnwell Plus 55 Club project with respect to a potential roof repair. Is Councillor Hildebrand here, or is he?
Councillor Hildebrand is not returning at this point.
Okay.
I'll take it from there, Arliss. Okay, so the Fitting Edge Society is a new application that we received, and Arliss did mention, and I don't have a whole lot more to add, but certainly is a new applicant, and it is for a junior stock show, an event, and so it's an educational component to the event as well. So they've done a few of these sessions. It is over the last couple of years they've done a few of them and had success in these events for educating youth in cattle, like in the cattle business and stock as a stock show and the value proposition. So they're asking for $5,000 and they're just asking for it as the maximum, as also matches one of their contribution levels. So when you look at their sponsorship schedule, that is a sponsorship level that the municipality would be participating at. So there is again a match to that as a subscription to their event. The second one is the Barnwell Plus 55 Club. We did provide a letter of support to the Barnwell 55 Club for a CFIP application for their roof repair. Since then, they were not successful in a previous application, but they've been encouraged to reapply. In reapplying, they've also narrowed down their costing. I believe I have a new update for council. It is $55,282 is what their project cost is now, which is a little considerably less actually. So they are applying for the CFIP program again, and they are asking for a $5,000 MD of Taber contribution to the roof project itself. And we've made it in the application, at least here, we've made it contingent on grant approval. So it would go along with the application and it would show a contribution in addition to the grant funds they're looking for from the province.
Okay, does anyone have any questions or let's just deal with the first one. I don't have much familiarity with this kind of program. It's youth, it's ag, so Deputy Reeve de Groot.
Yeah, I'm totally not familiar with this, but they used to work in conjunction with 4-H to do a spring program. So I'm not exactly sure how this fits in with our municipality and who exactly they're aiming this towards. Like I don't see 4-H mentioned at this time. And I think that should be a big part of it.
And so it will be hosted in Taber, I see, but is there, the applicants aren't from Taber, they're from nearby. And 350 people will be there. I just don't have a really strong understanding one way or the other.
I think ultimately it's a sponsorship request for the event.
Okay.
That's been funneled through that grant program for consideration.
Does anyone else have any knowledge or of this?
I have very little bit of knowledge about it. I've just received that in the last little while. And it's the secretary from Taber Expedition Association that has reached out and said that they're a reputable group. But other than that, I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of these guys before either. I'm just I'm willing to do this as a result of hopefully the youth in this area can be part of it. I think that youth and 4-H type things are a good thing for youth that are into that sort of thing, so I'm not opposed to this one as long as it's open to everybody that's in our municipal.
I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just a little concerned that 4-H isn't involved. 4-H is pretty significant in this area, and if 4-H was involved with this in some way, I'd be in support, but it seems more of a private business than a volunteer, so I'm not sure if I'm in support.
Arliss, through to your director. He has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just, follow up with that, with an application at the $5,000 maximum under our policy, this is an item that we certainly could reach back out to them and see if they were interested in doing a delegation, providing that additional information and that it is a new applicant. So in hindsight, that might have been a better approach to this one. So. Their deadline is not till November 15th, so we do have some time. So.
And it looks like the event isn't going to take place till April 19th, 2026. So there is some time. And so I think we should use that to get more information in my mind.
Okay, so was that a motion to table and look for additional information on the operation?
Yes.
So a move to table so that council may receive additional information on the Fitting Edge Society stock show.
Just for clarity, to be able to implement that additional information, are you hoping that includes invite for a delegation as well? Or
For me, that doesn't matter as much. That could be up to them. I don't think that changes the decision one way or the other. It just provides an opportunity for them to share. And it should be noted that a couple of the questions have involved why not 4-H? Or maybe they just left that out of their application. So the motion is to table this request for additional information. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the next is the Barnwell Plus 55 Club for roof repair. And the project applications is contingent on receiving their Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program grant.
If I may.
Yeah,
Did
please.
you say that the scope of their project or the dollar amount has changed? Like that the roof repair is less than 141 that I was reading here?
Yeah, they had initial project estimate that they had been provided when we were doing the initial application. Since then, they had a revised quotation on the total cost of the project, and so it has come down quite a bit. So I think they had they had completed their whole process of multiple quotations and such, and they've narrowed it down to a project cost of approximately. Sorry, I shared with you there 55,282 is what they're applying for now. So.
And the grant that they're applying for is, like, I was reading it, they applied for 125. So what are they asking from CFIP now? Do you know? I mean, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I just when they reached back out to us for a reapplication, they had either had additional information, I believe, that contributed to that project cost for the second application. And that is what they shared as far as the cost of the new roof and their application. So I could reach out for additional information, but I believe that is that's kind of where they stand now for the new roof, or the roof replacement. Sorry.
I'll give you the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approve a $5,000 donation to the Barnwell Plus 55 Club toward the roof repair project application to Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program grant, contingent on grant approval. In response to their application of the municipal district of Tabor donations to community organization program events and activities policy, and I don't know how to word this, so give me a second. That if they get the 125,000 from CFIP, we don't need to, you know what I'm saying? If they get 125 from the CFIP and the roof is only 55, I'm not sure why we would be donating at that point in time, but I'm willing to give that motion that we donate.
125,000 is the ceiling of that available grant. So I don't know what their specific application outlines. But that's just the grant amount. Yeah.
They will be counting on the 5,000 contribution as part of the total project cost. So that'll be how they're approaching it, as a contribution from the MD. And we'd mentioned before, is the grant writers had provided us feedback that many of the grant programs do see that as just the fact that there's multiple parties are interested in the project. It's seen as quite a bit more additional value.
Question, we've donated to this organization in the past. Is this in lieu of that? Or
So
would
that was
they be?
independent. That was independent of this application.
So they've already received the 5 for
already
this year,
This would be a specific to that project.
that roof project. Okay.
Councillor Takeda.
So I've worked with the TEA when they've received some CFIP granting as well. And sometimes they're adding as many things as they can to the list. And so there might be other things that they're doing to the building that aren't identified here. The $5,000 isn't going to exceed what they will be spending, because CFIP is pretty tight. You have to spend it on what you've said in your application. So maybe they've got more going on than this, but they're only asking for us. My understanding is they're only asking us for us to contribute for the roof. I think.
Yeah, and I can support this, even though they've received money. We've done this for other communities when it's sort of the one-off, because if the roof isn't repaired, then that becomes a burden to that Village of Barnwell. And that 55 Club is a very active, engaging club, not just for Barnwell residents, but for MD of Tabor residents. So I understand Councillor Harris's motion. I just think we need to see it up front. He's just saying, if this, then that, but we
No,
want to show our
my motion
commitment.
is the way it was read in.
Okay.
My other comments you can disregard. I just.
Okay.
I'll just leave the motion that we give them $5,000
Okay.
for their roof.
So I'll
repair
read the
project.
motion in just for clarity. So Councillor Harris has moved that the MD of Tabor approve a $5,000 donation to the Barnwell 55 Club toward their roof repair project application to the Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program grant, contingent on grant approval, in response to their application to the MD of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activity policy. Any further questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to offer to purchase lot 17, block 12, plan 2310278 in Enchant.
Go ahead, Bryce.
So we have another Enchant lot that's for offer purchase, and so the resolution in front of us is aligned with the purchase of lot 17, block 12, plan 2310278, and that's number 428 Pensacola Road, that again in the hamlet of Enchant. We did update the map for council with regards to the lots that are sold in the subdivision. So apologize, it came up sideways, but certainly you can see that there's a number of lots that are sold in a row there, and we are trying to keep the website and the map that's available for sales up to date for people, so that they can see progress, as the lots sell and the availability of existing lots. The terms and conditions are as per our lot sales agreement that are outlined in the RFD. And certainly could take any questions.
For those who are not on the Municipal Planning Commission, the other lots that were sold, and I don't know that this is reflective of this lot. It happens to be the same owners. They've already made development applications and going ahead with development, so it's quite a positive. So with that, is there further a motion? Thank you.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor accept the offer to purchase lot 17, block 12, plan 2310278, 438 Pensacola Road in the Hamlet of Enchant, and that the lot be sold to Surface Farm Limited for $41,559.69 plus GST of $2,077.98 for a total of $43,637.67, subject to the approval of development permit application by the Subdivision Development Authority, entering into lot sales agreement, entering into utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment in full of the purchase price.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. Good job to the people who are interested and those who are promoting these lots. ACP Grant Resolution Hamlet Infrastructure Master Plan.
So the request for decision with respect to this matter is in conjunction or in coordination with the 2026 proposed budget thus far. One of the proposed projects is a Hamlet infrastructure plan, master plan for each of the municipal district of Tabor hamlets, and this is a step required to be able to apply for funding for that project. And the deadline for that is nearing with the beginning of October. So we've received so far a resolution of support from Bow Island as well as Vauxhall. As the managing partner, because we will be the one submitting the application, we also require that resolution of support as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, or are you ready to make a motion?
I'll give you a motion that the Municipal District of Tabor supports the submission of a 2025-26 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Infrastructure and Area Structure Plans project, and is prepared to manage the grant project and related compliance requirements. There is no matching contribution required.
Thank you. Any further questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. The next item is reserve bid for public auction, Retlaw Community Hall.
Yes, this particular property, well, part of council's process, I'll have our Director of Corporate Services present this as well. Part of council's role with respect to tax recovery and tax arrears and the public associated public auction is to set reserve bid for those particular properties that are in arrears. And that is why this RFD is before council. This is a particular property that has some uniquities, and I'll let our Director of Corporate Services outline those.
Yes, this property does have some interesting aspects to it. The property was, being a recreation property, it was exempt from taxes for, there's a certain section of the MGA that allows recreation buildings that are serving the public to be tax exempt, and so it was tax exempt for many years. The members of the board of the association have all passed away at this time, and so there's no one on the board that owns this building at this time. And so through legal counsel, they recommended removing that tax exempt status, because that's one that has to be applied for every certain number of years. And so with no one able to apply for that, it returned back to taxable status. And so those taxes have been now accruing for the last few years. It has now gone to this, that's in arrears. And so now those taxes are owing, where it's now in the step of the process where it needs to be put up for the public auction. The assessed value of the property for 2025 was $76,000. But this property, one of the requirements in tax recovery is that it be sold at a reasonable market value. Back in 2012, this building was closed down by an AHS executive order, and so we didn't believe that the assessed value represented completely the market value of it. And so we had an appraiser go out this past month to determine the value of the building, and the report has come back that the market value of this property is $0. And so typically in a tax sale, we would sell the property at the market value, and anything that is owing in taxes would be retained by the municipality to offset those outstanding debts. In addition, we can add the cost of the appraisal report to the property taxes and recover those costs as well. Again, this property is somewhat unique, and I'll just read from my memo here. As the Retlaw Community Hall is determined to have zero market value, administration recommends setting the reserve bid as just $1. This has been better aligned with the legislative requirement of setting the bidding price as closely as reasonable possible to the market value of the property, and recognizing the property was put back on the tax roll to allow for the tax recovery process public auction to occur. And the reserve bid may also help motivate potential buyers to take more interest in purchasing the property. There's not really anything someone can do with this building in its current state anyway. It would need to be either remediated or demolished, according to the appraisal report. And so the reason we can't write off the taxes before the auction is that if we write off the taxes now, it's no longer in arrears. It satisfies that. We can't auction off a property that no longer is owing taxes. And so by setting the reserve bid at $1, there may be someone who would purchase this property for that amount, and let it be moved through in the process. And then if that were to be the case that someone did purchase it, then I'd bring forward a recommendation saying to write off those taxes for the property, the remaining taxes, again, because we only started taxing it again to get it to this process, so we could get it to this point. And the total value owing on it at this point is $7,450. That includes the $2,200 for the appraisal report. So there's only about $5,200 in taxes that are outstanding on it. Typically, what happens in a tax sale, if the property is purchased by someone, they have a certain amount of time and whatever conditions are set by council to receive payment for it, and then various title changes are made and sent up to the registry office, and then they take ownership of that property. If a property is not sold, there are a couple of steps that are taken. So then we can register it with the tax forfeiture, and then after 15 years, the municipality can assume ownership and assume title over that property. One other option is at that point is to, when it goes to that tax forfeiture status, is to apply for clear title, which then the municipality deposits an amount equal to the reserve bid in an account, and then assumes ownership of the property and can do as they wish with the property. That reserve bid would then need to sit aside for 10 years before anything could be done with that. The other option is to do nothing and allow it to continue to accrue taxes. There is one other option that typically the auctioneer, councillors, the CAO, employees of the municipality cannot purchase a property that's a tax sale unless a municipality may direct a designated officer or employee of the municipality to bid for or buy a parcel of land that municipality wishes to become the owner of. And so in that regard, there would be an opportunity to appoint someone, if no one shows up to the auction, to make that happen, to somewhat expedite the process of that clear title status of the property. It's a bit of how much time is council wanting to wait to have something dealt with this property. Again, in the normal process of the tax forfeiture title, the clear title can be done right away once it's been the tax forfeiture status. It's just that money has to be set aside for the 10 years before that money reverts back to the municipality, or someone who believes they have a claim to that money files a claim for it with the courts. So at this time, I'm recommending putting the reserve bid for $1, and then the conditions of the sale being that payment must be received by a certified check, electronic funds transfer, or cash within 24 hours following the public auction.
That's a lot of work for $1, Mike. On a derelict building. Okay.
Question, because I didn't have all the information. Is it reverting back to the Retlaw Society, or are we gonna be the new owners of a dilapidated church? Well,
This is the hall. No, once the tax sale occurs, the title is to whoever belongs to whoever purchases at the tax sale auction. So it would not revert back to the Retlaw.
And if nobody purchases it, then it becomes ours, or is it just, it's just out there still?
If it would remain, it depends, there's those various options. Either the MD can start the process to assume ownership, or leave it be. If you leave it be, it just continues to accrue taxes. If the council or MD starts to move towards the assuming the title through the tax forfeiture status, then we can assume ownership of it. There's the two different options though. You can leave it on the tax forfeiture for 15 years, and then it becomes owned by the MD, where nothing can be done with it, nothing at all. It's still owned by the other society, but our name is on a title in some way, and that lasts for 15 years. Or you do that process, but then also do the next process of a clear title, where you deposit the money and more or less purchase it once it's in that status, and then that's becomes the MD's to do with as they wish, but the funds have to be set aside.
We need to have a motion so that we can carry on.
I think that we should do the recommended motion and see if there's interest in the building, in the lot. Maybe somebody's interested, so if somebody else wants to make the motion.
I think Councillor Clausen, she was ready.
Yeah, I can move that, council. Set the reserve bid for lot 19-20, block 3, plan 7285AQ at $1, and that council require payment by certified check, electronic funds transfer, or cash within 24 hours following the public auction.
Okay, any questions on this complex matter? Those in favor of the read in motion? It's carried. Thank you. Okay,
Can we
fine.
pause for 5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take 5. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. Fees and charges bylaw.
So this is another, excuse me, another initiative that's somewhat connected to the, it's in draft stages right now, but the draft 2026 interim operating budget. What administration is seeking from council is to consider first reading of the proposed fees, rates and charges, fees and charges bylaw. If municipality is to charge any fees, it has to do so through bylaw. And this is a bylaw that's reviewed and considered, updated every year, and somewhat in conjunction with the operating budget process. And included in the background portion of this request for decision is references to the areas that are being proposed to be adjusted. One thing I do want to highlight again, though, is with respect to administration, corporate services, and reproduction of certain documents, that is to only come into effect once our citizen portal is in place with our new enterprise system, ERP system, financial software. So that doesn't necessarily come into play until such time as it's available online. Those same services are available online.
Right.
At no, essentially no charge.
Again, this is one of those documents that we reviewed each of the changes at Committee of the Whole. And as our list noted, there's some changes to the request for documents, but our new portal will have that available that people can access online, and our staff has committed to helping people get online so that they can do that themselves. Any other questions with these changes?
I give you the motion that council give first reading to bylaw number 2025, which is the 2026 fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Okay, and then we can move on to the Regional Emergency Management Plan bylaw.
This particular RFD, I will let Director of Community Services as well as our Regional Fire Chief speak to and respond to any other questions in more detail. I just did want to emphasize that part of this agenda item also does contemplate an intermunicipal agreement approval as well. Not just necessarily first reading of a bylaw, proposed bylaw 2026. So with that, I'll pass the microphone to Bryce and or Nathan.
Thanks, Arliss. I'll maybe take a first run at the content here as far as some of the changes that are being proposed, and then I'll let Chief Cote elaborate or share more on his own. So we've summarized as our summary key points really where we're at. This is all linked to our Regional Emergency Management Plan project, and so as a project, we're looking at formalizing our relationship, our regional emergency management program with the town of Vauxhall and the village of Barnwell. Much of what we are doing is formalizing what we currently do in practice. Also, I would say that we are enhancing our program in refreshing some of our membership, refreshing some of our relationships with our partners, and looking at completing some of the exercises that are part of our regular plans with regards to emergency management. But as part of the project, one of the key elements is to establish this agreement between our partners. And so, as our Alyssa mentioned earlier, the very first item that's being recommended is the adoption of a intermunicipal agreement. It's considered to be the Taber Region Emergency Management Agreement, and that is attachment A. Again, a partnership between the MD of Taber, the town of Vauxhall, and the village of Barnwell. And then also along with that is a bylaw, and the bylaw is the same bylaws being applied to or being shared with our partners. So the town of Vauxhall and the village of Barnwell will be adopting the same bylaws essentially for their communities and in support of our regional partnership. So we're proposing readings of the bylaw, readings of bylaw 2026, and the bylaw and the agreement really were to formalize the relationship, but also our last iteration was to address some of the feedback we received from the committee of the whole. And the committee of the whole did share that there was some need to relook at the declaration of a sole on behalf of each of the member municipalities, and so we addressed that. So I want to bring attention to the clarification that was provided in the agreement and the bylaw for that particular item, as well as the second item was with regards to major expenses that may occur during a disaster. And so we were able to address that in the form of both our budget as well as in the form of what happens during an emergency. And so during an emergency, there would be a requirement to get approval from the impacted municipalities for the major expenses. So we did address that in both, again, the agreement and the bylaw. One other additional item that I would mention that as we developed the agreement and the bylaw, there'd been a question around just, working with the town of Taber along the way. And so we certainly, right out of the gate, we've included the town of Taber in our communications. We've been working closely. There's been opportunities to share where we're going with the project. And the last opportunity we had to reach out to the town of Taber, we'd identified a potential intermunicipal agreement that we would enter into independently with them. They wouldn't be part of our same entity, but they would be a separate entity audited separately, but they would have their own DEM, and we would have our regional DEM as part of our regional partnership. So both entities being large enough to have their own programs and such, but we would work together on some of those items that common items, I'd say, like with regards to training and grant applications and even plan development. So just some really great opportunities that present themselves along the way. And I'll maybe just turn, if you want to go. I'll let Chief Cote here if he has a few words and he wants to share as well. Just with regards to the development, Chief Cote has been an integral part of our project team as well. So,
yeah, thank you. So I think Director Serena has done a great job of presenting that. I don't really have a whole bunch to add other than the fact that I think when we came into a committee of the whole meeting the last time, I had a discussion with you folks. There was a few concerns that you guys wanted to see reflected into those bylaws and agreements, and I think we did a great job of bringing that to light and putting it together the way that you guys wanted it, so, or the way we understood that you wanted it at that time. So I think we have a good agreement and bylaw put forth for you guys.
Just clarification on the DEM, that would be something we are taking care of in-house rather than, okay.
So you would require us to pass the bylaw before the partners would, or where are they at, and where are our partners in this process?
I'll just share that the town of Vauxhall has passed theirs already independently. So if there were changes, we would have to share those with our partners to have them adopted as amendments. But certainly the town of Vauxhall has already considered their bylaw and have passed their bylaw. The Village of Barnwell, I believe, is in the process of it. We did share this version here so that they have that as far as going forward. And so we are trying to stay in sync with that process of having independent municipalities pass the template as a bylaw, right? So.
Okay, we have been working on this for a number of months. We've asked for different changes and iterations, and I believe after committee of the whole, we felt we had got to that place. So we're looking to approve the management agreement and then looking at giving first reading and potentially second and third as well.
I'll give you the first motion here that the Municipal District of Taber approve the proposed Taber Regional Emergency Management Agreement, Attachment A, with the Town of Vauxhall and Village of Barnwell.
Right? Any questions about the read-in motion? Call the question. Those in favor. That motion is carried.
I'll give you motion that the municipal district of Tabor give first reading to the emergency management bylaw 2026, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Okay, any questions? Those in favor?
I can move that municipal district of Tabor give a second reading to emergency management bylaw 2026, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Any questions? Those in favor? Motion is carried.
Is there any need to proceed beyond this? If, some members of the public see something wrong in this, would it give them the opportunity, I guess, to reach out to us before we issue final reading? Just wondering if there's any urgency.
No, as noted in the RFD, it's up to council how many readings they read in a meeting.
Okay. So with that, we'll continue on then. All right. So the next thing I have on the agenda is council requests for information and motions. I've had Councillor Chikato brought something to my attention.
So I'm just wondering, so I will be going to Japan on this to this conference, and Southgrow will be looking after hotels, well, through grant funding with Invest Alberta, hotels and flights. I'm wondering if it's okay that I charge per diem to the MD of Tabor, and if it would be possible then also to maybe take some pens and pins along with me.
Okay. Past practice at conferences, people are able to do their per diem. I think it's, as I stated before in your report, it is good that you're there. Have anybody else has any comments, and then on the swag as well?
I don't see any problem with it. I think it's an opportunity that we should take.
On the nods around the table, probably we should have we don't require a motion, Arliss, but this is a bit unique. So we have had motions other times. People have gone on a trade mission or a more external conference.
Yeah, my suggestion would be a resolution with respect to the per diem
And how many days?
aspect of things. With respect to pins and pens, I'm confident I can handle that one.
Okay.
It would probably be 3 to 5.
So to a maximum of 5 days. Okay. Do you have someone who'd be willing to make that motion? So that is with, can you give us the name of who the tour is with, the trade
So
mission?
it's HI Japan, and it's with Invest Alberta and Southgrow Regional Initiative.
Okay. Do you have someone willing to make that motion for up to 5 days?
I can move that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Any other requests for information and motions? Okay, we have 2 items in closed session. I'll read them in. So closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 23 of Div 2 part 1 of ATIA privilege information 23 legal matters. And the other one, I realize I just have the FOIP to read in, so perhaps you'll give me, but it's disclosure harmful to personal privacy personnel. Is that adequate, or do you have the, I had the FOIP number, which is 197 sub 2 of the MGA, and Div 7 part 2 of FOIP, but
Yeah, it's actually not FOIP anymore.
I
It's
know, yeah.
The Access to Information Act. So disclosure harmful to personal privacy would be section 19 of the Access to Information
Okay,
Act.
so section 19.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the 2 items. So with that, someone move us into closed.
Motion to go into closed.
Thank you. Those in favor? We're in.
Motion to come out of closed.
Okay, those in favor? That's carried. There are no motions coming out of closed. Have we covered everything, Lace? Okay, Counselor Harris, final motion?